we start doing the stuff that other guys have done, other radio shows around the country?
No.
On Sports Radio 92.9, The Game.
Atlanta, what's going on? It's Dukes and Bell on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. We start off every day and every hour by saying, hey, man. It is good to have you listening on a Tuesday as we get things rolling. Mike, we got some good news today, man. We have added to our cap number, and it also means that we are no longer involved with Marcus Mariota. This was not shocking news, guys. We had talked about this for a while, but the idea that the Falcons are going to do it, we didn't know what good graces he was in as far as coach art and what this meant and how he quit on the team, because he did quit. But we don't have to worry about it. And, Mike, let's kind of go back for a second to just talk about this whole Marcus Mariota thing, because when we got him, we wanted to give him the benefit of the doubt. You had said this time and time again, like, he's a retread, he's not a number one guy, but we'll see what he can do. And as the season progressed, and there was no bigger moment for us than when we were at the Carolina game, and he throws the, what do you call it, the grenade ball?
Yeah, I put the picture up today because he's kind of linked to that. That was kind of like the definite low mark, if there was one, when he threw that grenade toss in the mist up in Charlotte, and everyone goes, what in God's name just happened, including Al Michaels and Kirk Herbstreit. And that was kind of like, all right. That's another thing. I just wish we had gotten rid a little bit sooner. Then maybe a few more folks out there would feel as warm and fuzzy as we do at times about his chances next season.
Yeah, listen, it's not personal. Maybe a little bit, because when he quit on the team and you had the guy who was sitting on the bench all year supporting him, doing everything he could to make Marcus a better quarterback, even though he's a young guy. We're talking about Desmond Ridder. And he kind of turned the other way, Mike, and didn't support Ridder in the same way that Ridder, who's a rookie on this team, was trying to be supportive of his teammates. The hardest thing in professional sports, because all these guys are good, guys, is not playing. They're all really good. Some a lot better than others. But, Mike, when you're not playing, the thing to be supportive, to build your teammates up, it's hard, man, because you're not out there. And that's what Ridder did. And then when it came time for Marcus to do it, I'm going to get my ball, and I'm clearing out my locker, and I'm going home. I don't want to play.
And as we said, I don't know what you were thinking he was going to be. We had basically the full spectrum from he's what I said. He's a journeyman and a bum, and it's got a ceiling that's pretty low, to he could reinvent himself. And again, there are stories about that, guys that have done it. We've talked about folks that have, bombed out with one team and they've gone on and they've had success. Jim Plunkett is kind of like the poster child for doing that back in the day. But in this case, the answer was no. So now we get on to Ridder, and now we're trying to build this football team. And I liked what I heard from Fontenot. I mean, look, Fontenot plays it close to the vest. We will replay it for you. But the idea that, yes, the defense, no matter how you do it, and I did hear one thing with Andy and Randy's conversation, Carl, the old debate you and I have had. Do you build from the front or the back? I still think you've got to start from the front. Some GMs say you can build from the edge, but you're a little bit vague about how they're going to build the defense.
If you have two dynamic corners, you can build back to front. Meaning you've got two all-pro type guys. Usually you don't know that, Mike, when you draft guys. It takes a few years. Jalen Ramsey came in with a big mouth and said he was the best corner. It took a few years for us to realize he ultimately got big money. He got traded, won a Super Bowl. But you don't find that out usually the first year when you draft these guys. So if you're saying we're going to go corner, which we might, then you better know that this guy has to be a difference maker, and you feel like you've got another one on the other side in A.J. Terrell, and, we're going to have two shutdown corners, and that's how we're going to build. Listen, Thomas Dimitroff tried this, Mike. When he drafted the two corners, we went this route. The problem was the guys up front, as he continued to try to build, were the wrong guys.
Yeah, and I thought Trufant was solid but never spectacular. And they re-upped him, and that's part of that contributed to some of the contract and cap space issues we got into later. But there are the ways you look at it. I just think the elite teams, the squads we just saw in the Super Bowl, they address the front. They address the defensive line, the edge rushers, having depth at defensive line. You can rotate guys in. That's where we got to be. That's the world I want to live in.
All right, we're going to let you hear from Terry Fontenot coming up. You can always find us on social media. He's Mike Bell, ATL. I'm at Put 'em Up, see Dukes. And this radio show is Dukes and Bell 929. Follow the radio station at 929 The Game. Stay up on everything that's going on. We are on Facebook, Instagram, and across all other most social media platforms. Big game tonight, and we'll spend a lot of time on it because all these games are big. Everyone from now until the end of the season, if you really want to improve your standing, the Hawks have to just flat out win games. Now, they probably won't win every one, but how much different do they play? Is the defense better? Are we making better selections with our shot selection? Are we, Mike, giving the effort that's needed? Are we going to come out flat, as Nate would say? All the things that have been troubling us, Those things need to be addressed. The winning and losing, Mike, we'll see. But tonight you get a Wizards team in here at 28-32, 10th in the Eastern Conference. This should be a dub.
What is that acronym you use about new energy?
Oh, NRE.
NRE, new relationship energy.
Correct.
So let's see if that is the one thing we'll get tonight. I do think that, we all know the message was flat. You saw it in their performance in the weeks leading up to the All-Star break. And, Nate was terrible. There were some terrible things, and we can talk about the team's effort, but there were some really bad strategy things in there, too. So, Quinn, he said it with us. It's a balancing act of, he's going to be coaching, but he's also trying to evaluate, then working with the assistants. It's going to be kind of interesting to see how it works. You could argue that you're better than the Wizards if we're better than half the Eastern Conference if everybody plays to their maximum potential, and you touched on it. That extra 10% that maybe you weren't giving the last few weeks, are you giving that now with the new coach? And also, let's be honest, you might not be a Hawk next year if you're not giving that maximum effort.
That's a good point.
Flat.
Yeah, he's going to be evaluating all of that. Now, I will tell you guys, and we're going to announce this coming up here, as Mike and I are going to be out on Friday, and we invite you guys to come out. We're going to tell you where we're going to be and what's going on. But we're looking forward to it. It's going to be a big event. It's going to be a lot of fun. And we are going to tell you guys all about it. So stay tuned for that announcement. All right, that's coming up. Hawks, Wizards tonight. Then you get the Trailblazers on Friday. Dame in town. Dame's on fire. But the Trailblazers, again, are on the outside looking in the Western Conference. So you've got a chance to pick up a couple more dubs here before the Heat come in. And, Mike, the Heat, they're an interesting team, right? If the Heat can play up to their capability, I don't think they have this year. Butler's been banged up. Bam Adebayo, he's been playing great. But they're an interesting team because I think if they play up to it, they're as good as anybody in the Eastern Conference. But they haven't. But those are our next three games, guys. Wizards, Trailblazers, and Heat. All right, 404-741-0929. It's our Solomon Brothers Diamond text line. Whispers, that's the guy that runs our board for our Twitch and also our YouTube. His name's Jason. He's got us up and rolling, so make sure you check out the show. By the way, man, I got to tell you, today, you went and got lunch. Where'd you get lunch today?
My usual, Moe's.
Okay.
Since I've already given up the fast food for Lent, when Whataburger showed up last Thursday.
I forgot about that.
There's really no point now.
Well, he tried, Chris. He tried. Yeah. So I went to Arby's. I was on my way in, right? Arby's. And I got to tell you guys something. I ordered, and the person or thing that was taking my order was AI. Have you experienced this?
No.
So
Not yet.
So I drive up, and literally it is, order when you are ready. Not, hello, how are you? Order when you're ready. And I'm like, okay. Yeah, I'll have and I changed my order, right? I was like, I wanted just a beef. No, you know what? Make that. And this thing came on and went, you'd like a beef? And I went, no, make it a beef and cheddar. I went through my order.
Right.
No voice. The voice comes back and goes, let me make sure I have this correct. You have ordered a beef and cheddar, Coke, medium fries, vanilla shake. I'm like, yeah, that's correct. Mike, it was the weirdest thing. So I drive up to the window because now I'm like, is this a person? And I get to the window, and the person there that's working is taking my money or my credit card or whatever. And I go, is that AI? And the guy just looks at me like he didn't know what the hell I was talking about. So I don't know if
an automated system, which again, you're just reading off. It does all the work. It processes your order, can understand if you pivot like you did, and then just simply someone reads it on a screen and processes the order.
Now, apparently, Microsoft and Bing have
Hello, may I take your order?
It's the weirdest thing. It's the weirdest. No. I'm telling you.
I have not experienced that yet.
It freaked me out.
First time I saw touch screens in a fast food restaurant was 2005. That was in Tokyo, and they ruined it at McDonald's. And that was the first time where you didn't actually have people at the counter, and you would just do it in they have these little kiosks inside the restaurant.
And then your food shows up.
Yeah, and of course we've moved on from that. But that's interesting, and the fact that you could actually switch it up and it not jack it up.
And then at that point, knowing me, I just wanted to order some other stuff to see if this thing was actually AI. Mike, it's scary. Bing, have you guys seen the new Bing with Microsoft?
Right.
You can have conversations with this thing. I don't know if everybody's got access to it. Like literally have conversations with it, and it responds to you like a human being.
I would be surprised at some point if they don't have some kind of visual aid where they see if you're over 500 pounds. Would you like 3 of those? Would you like to triple your order?
Would you like to upgrade to a large for just 50 cents more?
It was the freakiest thing. I'm telling you, I was like, what is going on?
Now,
I was out of my mind.
Now, I'm of a certain age. I don't know if they did this everywhere, but the old thing at Arby's when you came in the drive-thru in the 70s, they would go, howdy, welcome to Arby's. because they used to have the giant, like 10-gallon, whatever that was, cowboy hat that was the Arby's logo for years, and it would be a like neon sign. That's interesting, dude. That is awesome. So that's pretty. I'll take that over the alternative sometimes.
You gotta check it out. I don't know again.
We have the meats.
If it's at your Arby's, but Chris, I don't know how you got that. That's exactly what I experienced today. And the thing was so patient. It was just waiting for me. Beau has come in with an Arby's hat on. Look at this.
They sent us those hats years ago. We've
Look
had
at
these
that.
hats. Yeah.
All right, Arby's, big shout out. You guys freaked me out, though, today. I got to be honest. I didn't know what I was getting into.
SquidBilly looks like Zach Brown wearing that hat.
He really does. Hey, man, Chuck Smith's on the way. We're going to talk some combine. It's going on this week in Indianapolis. We'll also ask him about the Falcons and a lot more. Stay right there. It's Dukes and Bell. It is Dukes and Bell. Hope you're having a great day. Coming up more about the Hawks tonight as Quinn Snyder has his first game as the Hawks head coach. We'll talk more about it. Right now, let's talk to our man Chuck Smith. Dr. Rush is joining us, guys. Combine is the talk of this week, and everybody's doing their evaluations. I want to do a quick evaluation, man. Chuck, how did you do at the Combine back in the day? What'd you do?
Oh, I blew that thing up, Carl.
You did?
Man, listen, I went in there, Carl, I blew that thing up, got in the 40s. Now, it's been over 30 years, so I had a few hits to my head over those years. So let me just try to remember. I think I ran a 4.7 140. I think I did about 27 on the bench. And I think, what was my split, like a 1.5 somewhere? I think I had like a 37-inch vertical.
Chuck, hold on. I'm looking at these numbers right now.
We have the data, Chuck.
4.85 40-yard dash.
Man, you slow as hell, Chuck.
You put up 15 reps at 225.
15, Chuck. I can do 15, Chuck. Come on.
And your 10-yard split was, by the way, 1.73, 2.78, 20-yard split. What are you talking about?
Well, I told you I was 30 years, man. See, that's where things go bad. Hey, man, you sure about that?
Man, Carl, what did you guys have at Tennessee for gym equipment? I mean, what did you have? Like
drugs?
Seriously?
Hey, man, y'all in that Google generation, man. Look, y'all just Google me, man. Hey, look, I forgot, man. I had to take me back, man. But that's how stories. Well, that's what I tell my son till he look it up on Google one time. So, but nah, man, I did just enough. I wasn't a great athlete.
Well, here's the deal. You know what's funny though? you turn that into over a decade career in the NFL, right? I mean, here's the thing. Here's the thing, though, Chuck. As we talk about the Combine, how many of these guys are going to do that? I always get caught. Oh my God, he's a Combine darling, and I go. Yeah, he gets in the league. He's there for 3 years, and then he could.
Yeah. And by the way, Chuck, we're busting Chuck's balls. He was the 51st player selected.
Absolutely.
So that's obviously elite second round.
No, he's a dude. He was a dude. So let's talk.
I should have been a first. I should have been a first rounder though.
Coming out, yeah.
But you know what the funny part is?
What's that?
Everybody that's in the second round, I think I should have been a first rounder. Everybody in the second round think they're first rounder though. But I was happy. The Falcons. Well, when I got that call from Jerry Glanville on draft day. It was just my home team, my favorite team. But, yeah, man, 51st, I'm highly blessed.
No doubt. All right, let's talk about Jalen Carter. Everybody's talking about him, the interior D-line. Give me your three guys right now that you're looking at as far as interior D-line. We obviously know Jalen Carter is one of them. But who are the other guys? Because these other guys might be available at 8 for us.
Well, let me tell you first the thing about what I know about Jalen Carter right now. Y'all gonna see a little. You thought you saw the best of Jalen Carter, but as far as he's a supercharged athlete. But the kid is in the best shape of his life. He shaved some weight off of him. I'm telling you, I'm interested to see how fast he runs. Now I know last year Devontae Wyatt, Jordan Davis blew it away coming out the Georgia program that clearly is elite with developing all that part of it too, the athleticism. But I'm interested in Jalen, but we know what Jalen's going to bring. But I'm going to tell you another one who I'm really interested in. Kalijah Cansey, man, from Pitt. They call him Koo. He's undersized 3, probably around 280, but he's a pass rusher. He's been one of the most dominant ones. And listen, Pitt has put out some great pass rushers over the year, the kids out of Pitt. A lot of people question, can he handle it from a size standpoint? He's one of them watching. And the other one, who I think if he doesn't get injured, Brian Brzee from Clemson, if he doesn't get hurt, I believe that he would be in contention, surefire to be a top 5 and will be regarded like Jalen Carter. Because remember, before he hurt his knee, he was as dominant as anyone in college football. So those are guys that I'm watching that I'm just interested to see some of the little details about these big names.
I know we asked a few weeks ago about Will Anderson, so we'll move on to some of the other edge rushers / linebackers. Tyree Wilson's a guy that I keep reading. Now, again, the Combine starts now, so we'll see what this guy does. And if he doesn't do everything, he's got his pro day. But is there any edge rusher in the top 15 projected, Chuck, that you think is a game changer in this draft?
Well, that's a good one. When I say game changer, to me that comes in and says be productive. Add to it. That's a game changer because you have one of these guys in your unit that instantly. If you got, like, say, a Grady, you add another guy, you know, you got an Evacady, now you got something. But I would say right now, game changers, obviously Will Anderson is in that conversation. But I'm going to tell you, I like Tyree Wilson. This dude's a freak. But I tell you, he's a freak off the field, but even on the field, I mean, this dude has some skill. He uses moves. He has great bend. And I really like him. He's a great kid. So I'm not going to say necessarily game changer, but I just believe from a standpoint of coming in and getting production can be a game changer with a team like the Falcons that I don't think any of the edges had over 4 or 5 sacks.
Did you think Micah Parsons was going to be that good coming out?
Well, nobody can predict a guy was that good, can be that good. I mean, you go from in your second year. Matter of fact, your first year in the league, you're in the argument for Defensive Player of the Year. Nah, I don't think anybody could have predicted that. And that's the hard thing about it. We beat up NFL teams for not drafting, you know, a guy like him. A lot of fans beat up the Falcons for not drafting T.J. Watt. You don't know who's going to become what, you know. So, but definitely when you look at the opportunity to get a guy, there has to be a development phase. He's got to fit in your scheme. Micah Parsons fits everything that Dan Quinn ever wanted. Get upfield. He's interchangeable at multiple positions. But I definitely think, listen, this is another draft where there are guys. This is a really deep draft, in my opinion, across the board in the front seven.
Yeah, the one thing about Parsons, you know, speed kills, right? We knew he was fast. All these guys that we're talking about, you cannot teach that. It's like being a 7-footer in the league, right? I mean, you can't teach that. So if you have a guy that's just fast and he's talented, he might have a shot to be really good, and that kind of was Parsons. Let's talk about, Chuck, as we're talking about the combine, guys. Falcons, I just want your opinion on this. We talked about it. You knew what the deal was inside. You know, we talked about it when it happened. I said he quit. I knew that from firsthand sources. We're talking about Marcus Mariota. They released him today. They're going to save, what, $12 million for the Falcons, which gives us some more money to spend in free agency. We don't know what Terry Fontenot is going to do. But I think the bigger message, right, for Arthur Smith is, listen, I want guys that want to be here. I want guys that want to be about the team, and I want guys that want to buy in and help their teammates. If Mariota would have acted right, I kind of think he might have been back. You know, he's a very, not an expensive piece. He is experienced, and whether or not you're going to win a Super Bowl, that really wasn't the conversation. But they were like, okay, he's done. How do you feel about it?
Well, I think he's quit. I think he, basically, like you said earlier, picked up his ball and said, wham, wham, wham. And I think the bigger disappointment from me with him, they did give him another opportunity. Arthur Smith said, you know what, I know who you are. I know what your potential is. Let's build an offense around you. This offense was built around him with short passes, a heavy running game. And you got to get rid of guys like that. And sometimes, when you get rid of and get in a situation like this as the Falcons have, you move on to better things. I lived through this with the Falcons too. We had a quarterback quit on us, Jeff George. And we moved on to a better quarterback with Bobby Hebert that helped us win more games. And if everybody's not rowing in the same direction, the Falcons should cut anybody that's in that situation. But Marcus Mariota is just now a story from the past. But the Falcons, as we move forward with this organization, you're going to have to make decisions like this, and you're going to have situations like this, because when you look at all the teams that win Super Bowls, there's a lot of negative things that happen. But when you have a good organization that's rolling in the same direction, they make these decisions and have a plan for the next step. And I think this was a good step forward for the Atlanta Falcons.
I know, Chuck, Grady Jarrett was a fifth-rounder, and he obviously was a stud. And Vic Beasley was a first-rounder and, had one great season, and then now he's playing in XFL. What about the Clemson guys? What about the Clemson guys?
Yeah.
We know that Brian Bresee and then Miles Murphy. And I know that their tackles have done better than their edge rushers for the most part in the NFL.
Yeah. Yeah, but I don't – that's the one thing that I hear people saying about Miles. They're comparing him to, some of the guys of the past. But to me, it's a little different here. He's a guy who has, great upside. He has speed. He has good technique. He can rush. He's a part of the family as well. But I don't not make a decision because a former player at that school didn't have success. I'm really high on Miles Murphy. He's my top 4-3 DE in this draft. So I'm really excited about him. But you can't, listen. you cannot compare him to Vic Beasley. It's unfair because he hadn't gotten the league from Clemson. And come on, you can't compare him to Vic. Vic's still trying to work on his rush moves in the XFL. So that's a whole other story, man.
I guess, there are things in it. I know I don't want to play like the Sparky the sportscaster, but there are things in football like, until Fields proves it in Chicago, like the Ohio State quarterbacks never seem to work for whatever reason.
Well, I do hear what you're saying. And to me, that's what a lot of, people like to hear when they're reading on what's going to happen. But again, I just think Myles Murphy would be a good fit in there. If he was with the Falcons, he can play in the 3-4. He's played some of that from a DT, but he's a true 4-3 guy. But remember, he's going to run fast, and you can even stand that sucker up some. So he's really unique. He has some stuff going for him. But I hope I hope teams around the league don't hold him hostage by, what some of the Clemson players, have not done.
Chuck, is the HBCU Combine, where's that at? What did you do? What's the circumstances surrounding that this year?
Oh, that's really cool. I think this is my second year doing the HBCU Combine, being the consultant over the defensive line drills and, and working with them, help put it together a little bit. But it's really put on by the NFL. This is an NFL event supported by the HBCU Hall of Fame. So, and the New Orleans Saints stepped up really big. This is the real deal. This is ran just like the combine, the scouting combine in Indianapolis. It's, everybody gets the same opportunity. And there were players that came out. I saw players that were really good players. And I got to give a lot of credit. A lot of people beat up Troy Vincent a lot, but got to give Troy Vincent a lot of credit. He is passionate about helping HBCU. He's passionate about making sure they get the opportunities. So between him and Roman Oben, who used to play with the Giants, who's also a part of the league office, they're really putting a lot into it and giving these guys an opportunity. And maybe one day, there'll be an opportunity for them to merge somewhat of the NFL Combine as of today with some of the HBCU players that, could get in or should get in. So I think it's just some challenges again with the perception in the NFL with HBCUs. So we still have the problem with coaches. It's just a trickle effect. Don't think some of the players that should be there aren't there because you just never know who's picking them.
Great stuff, Chuck. Appreciate you as always, man. Looking forward to talking with you as we learn more about these players as the week goes on. Chuck's giving you the DTs. He's giving you the edge rushers. He's giving you the names to at least watch and check out. We're going to talk to you next week about it and on Friday as well as you come back and talk about what you've seen so far. Thanks again, Chuck. Get us out of here.
All right, fellas. Live life every day like it's 3rd and 8. Hey, don't be looking up my NFL Combine times again. I'm sticking with my story I told y'all first. And I'm going to live with that. I'm going to live with that.
Right on. Big Chuck Smith. Maybe it was little Chuck Smith, Carl, when he was lifting those weights on that bench press. And by the way, a couple guys saying they love Myles Murphy. Local kid, went to Hillgrove High School up in Park. And Vic was a local guy, too.
He talks about the HBCUs. If you guys don't know the story of a gentleman named Bill Nunn, go read it. He built the Steelers dynasty in the 70s. And he's the guy that went and scouted these HBCUs and said, we need to go get a guy down there. And that team, if you look at its core, he was incredible in scouting and building that great Steelers dynasty. I'm with Chuck. It's just a perception. Coming up, we're going to hear what Terry Fontenot had to say. Our general manager spoke today. You'll hear it next on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
Sports Radio.
Back to more Dukes and Bell.
Let's go, let's go.
On Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
It is Dukes and Bell. Thanks to Chuck Smith for stopping by. Coming up, Terry Fontenot. You're going to hear what he has to say. I tweeted out today, Mike, that on this show, that nobody was going to be called a name today on this show.
Thank you.
That we were not going to call out any names today.
That's right.
One thing we can guarantee that is nobody would be called a name.
Not me personally. I don't care. I said that you was a. That's a Landry question.
We will not call anybody that name on this show.
Trey may call me up. Again, you can use it in the gardening sense. I used a hoe in my backyard.
This is true.
Correct.
And by the way, I like using hoes in my backyard.
Me too. Who doesn't?
I do. They really come in handy. But with that said,
well, it is gardening season.
It is. I mean, this is a time to get out.
Right.
Get the yard right.
Till the soil.
You got to do it, Mike. You got to oversee
Matter
all
of
the
fact,
things that we've talked about.
I got to be honest. I'm planting more fescue in my backyard. I could really use a hoe to go get that. I got to pull out the old Bermuda, which looks like crap, and till the soil.
You do have to do it.
Put down some topsoil, and then lay my new fescue.
You're right.
I could use a hoe.
You can, because you got to get that old stuff out.
Correct.
And you got to put the new stuff down.
And to do that, you want a fresh hoe too. You don't want an old hoe. You want a new hoe.
No, you need a new hoe for that. We are going to be at, by the way, Friday, Ace Hardware, Old National Highway, South Fulton. If you guys down south never get a chance to come hang out with your boys.
We've been trying to get down south. Now, we went all the way down south last St. Patrick's Day. We were in Sonoy.
That's right.
But now this time we're going to be a little more accessible in the 75 corridor.
All right. So Ace Hardware will be down there on Friday. We'll be telling you more about it, but Mike and I will be down there. Again, National Highway, South Fulton is the location. All right.
Will there be specials on hose?
I'm not sure. I have no idea. All I know is we're going to be there.
But you can buy one.
Oh, of course you can.
Right.
Who doesn't need a new
And
hoe?
we'll be there, so that'll make it special.
Who doesn't need a new one? I mean, you need a new one. But we are not calling anybody names on this show.
Not me personally. I don't care. I said that you was a. That's a Landry question.
What?
All right. Let's talk about Terry questions, and that is Terry Fontenot. All right, Terry Fontenot's our general manager. He was asked today about improving the entire defense, Mike, and how do you do it? You said it when we started the show. Pass rush, do you do it with the back end? By the way, what's your critique of the safeties right now? What we have, I'm not talking about what we're going to get. Richie Grant, what's your critique on the safeties?
I mean, I think the safeties, like anything else, but this goes back to our chicken and egg conversation about where does it work and where does it come from. I think if you had better down linemen helping your linebackers and the pass rush is more effective, Richie Grant would be more of a ball hawk because there'd be real pressure from the quarterback. And again, when you give a quarterback that much time to look around the field, pat the football, Richie Grant's, like anybody else, is going to get exposed. I don't think Richie Grant has lived up to what I thought he was going to be, if I'm honest, in the second round.
Okay. So,
but in general, yes,
we need improvement there, right? Would you be upset? Now, not at 8. Don't misunderstand me here. Not at 8. But would you be upset if we drafted another safety here early in the maybe second or third round? Would that be upsetting to you?
Unless we don't address it in free agency. See, anything that's not addressed in free agency will then become an immediate need. Whether that's however you prioritize it, first, second, or third, or trading up in the third, using the extra picks you've got to maybe do something. Yes, I would.
Okay. Let's hear Terry Fontenot talk about trying to improve the defense, which means the pass rush.
Well, it's when we talk about pass rush, it's not just about the defensive line or the D tackles or the defensive ends. You want to add everywhere, because if it doesn't matter how quick you're getting to the quarterback, if the coverage isn't good, then it doesn't matter. They can get rid of the ball quick, and so you have to make sure you build up your defense and improve your defense. And in pass rushes, it doesn't matter how you get to the quarterback. It can be with power. It can be with quickness. There's different ways to do it. So you want versatile players, but you have to make sure you're improving your whole defense, and you're not just focusing on one area, because it's a total picture.
Well, I'd love – okay, think of this in 3 levels, all right? Just imagine this with me. First level is your D-line. Second level is your linebackers. Third level is your DBs. I'd like a stud, a standout superstar at every level.
Right.
Okay? This is how the great defenses are built. You don't just have Ray Lewis, right? You had a great stud up front. You had Lewis, and then you had that back half of the secondary, which, again, you're talking about Hall of Famers, Mike. Every level needs a dude. So he's right. But that doesn't mean you just don't focus on the pass rush, because ultimately we just haven't had enough of it.
It just seems, and again, if you guys miss Chuck Smith, and we'll play some more of it for you later on, but there are some dudes, and they will get more clarification between this combine and then their pro days. But we already talked about Miles Murphy, local kid. We've talked about some other guys. Tyree Wilson is a guy that everybody seems to be really digging on, although there isn't like a statistical thing that jumps off the page. It's more about the freakish upside, which gets me a little nervous when I get freakish upside. But then that's why I asked Chuck, did anyone see the Micah Parsons thing coming on like it did? He was projected to be a 10 to a 15 round selection, and he went to, 11th to the Cowboys, and the rest is history. But yeah, I still think when you are a football team that is in such dire need, how about, let me throw something else at you.
What's that?
Take the best available defensive player with your first pick, and then if you don't get that tackle, Keon White is maybe you trade back up into the first round for him.
I like that.
Just one of those. I'm just giving you some abstracts.
I like that, though. I do. These are the things, the scenarios we're going to be playing out. It's Dukes and Bell at Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. Coming up, NFL Blitz is on the way. Daniel Snyder's being a jerk. We will explain here coming up in 10 minutes. And also a new rule proposed by the competition committee you may like. Let's hear Terry Fontenot talk about evaluating the QBs. Show of hands on this show. Turtle, Squid. Any way we draft a quarterback in the top 10, no matter where we may end up, if we stay 8 or if we move. Anybody say we draft a quarterback? Nope. Nobody's drafting a quarterback.
What if I told you that something goes a little screwy and somebody we thought's going to zigzags? Because right now we projected there's all sorts of crazy trade rumors out there. Everybody, maybe teams trade with us because if somebody loves Anthony Richardson and he's there at 8, somebody trades up to get him. So, we might be trading down and go the opposite direction. But no, I think there's still no way we do it now, unless there's somebody we have high on the board that we weren't expecting to be there at 8.
I'm surprised I'm not surprised Squid did, but I'm surprised Turtle just poo-pooed that, immediately. Hit the buzzer. Yeah. I'm with you, Mike. We don't know the All right, we get it. We don't know the scenarios.
All right, so, I would like to say Ritter today, Ritter tomorrow, Ritter forever, but I only got 4 games to see Ritter. And again, didn't throw any picks, but I still won. You wanted something. You didn't get what guys were. I was arguing with guys a few weeks ago. Jalen Hurts, even though he struggled and his completion percentage was a little meh, he made some really wow moment plays when he got to get in there for the Eagles in his first season.
He did. By the way, has Arthur Smith totally, wholeheartedly committed to Desmond Ritter? Have I missed this? I didn't think so. Let's hear Terry Fontenot talk about evaluating the QBs.
I think it's who they are, because that's what's really going to set that ceiling, who they really are. And that's why, we're here at the Combine, and every exposure matters. We get to meet with 45 players in 20 minutes a player, and it's speed dating. But that's an important part of it. When these players play in the All-Star games, that's an important part of it. When we go for individual workouts, pro days, all these things, it all matters. It all matters. And so with quarterbacks or with any position, it's about who they are as individuals. That's what they all have talent and they all have good skill sets. But once they get in the NFL, there's a lot of other external pressures and a lot of things these young men have to deal with. So will they be able to handle that and get the most of themselves on the field? They're going to deal with adversity. How are they going to handle that? And so I think you have to hit on the makeup and make sure you're bringing in the right types of individuals with the right intangibles.
What are you talking, Falcon filter?
Come on,
those days are over.
Stop, don't go there.
You know what I want?
What?
I want some hard-hitting. I want some, to quote, to paraphrase Marcellus Wallace, I want some heavy pipe-hitting. That's what I want.
Of course we do. I've always said this. Until we get a locker room where there's a couple of guys that walk in and go, I'll kill everybody in here.
Correct.
We are not doing anything. You need that edge. And I say that loosely. I'm not talking about literally. By the way, one of our listeners, this is Hertz Photography or Titography or whatever it is. That's his Twitter handle. I'm not even seeing this correctly. But either way, he says, put him up, see Dukes. Has there been a Frank Darby sighting yet?
He got cut. Practice squad. Not Frank Darby, but that was practice squad. 7th rounder? But again, he had no impact at wide receiver special teams.
I just saw something on NFL Network. This just shows, NFL Network is just putting, stop, Frank. This is just putting stuff out there. NFL Network, Mike, just had up on the screen. Our dude, Steve Weiss, is up there.
Right.
Edge, these are our needs according to NFL Network. Edge, cornerback, and wide receiver. Wide receiver? I'm not picking a wide receiver again at 8.
If we do that,
Are you crazy?
I'm giving up my tickets, and I'm becoming a Dolphins fan full time. Okay, that's it. I mean, come on. What are we doing here?
That's
by the
Frank
way,
Darby laugh, by the way.
Frank Darby, 1 reception for 15 yards last season.
All right, so to answer your question, Hertztography, no, there's not been a sighting.
1 catch the last game of the season.
Yeah. By the way, we go wide receiver at 8. I'm with you on this. Okay? Edge and corner, I'm cool with. Not another wide receiver.
Now, here's the thing, though.
What?
Unless we completely knocked it out of the park in free agency, that's the only remote way that'd be plausible.
All right, we did save some money today. Marcus Mariota cut. We're going to talk more about that.
Adios, quitter.
In the NFL Blitz.
Sports Radio 90.
interesting.
Thanks for making us your sports station.
Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
Things we've already found out on this show today. AI is real. I found that out through fast food at Arby's today when AI took my order.
Not Allen Iverson, guys. Things are not that tough for him. We're talking about artificial intelligence.
Thank you, Mike. I'm glad you said that because people might have misconstrued that. We have
horsey sauce. We're talking about horsey sauce.
We also found out that everybody needs a new hoe, gardening tool, on this show. And we have also, found out that Terry Fontenot believes.
We're talking about practice.
Exactly. That Terry Fontenot, our general manager, believes that you have to improve the entire defense and not just focus on pass rush. We are learning a lot of things on this show today. Coming up in 20 minutes, we're going to talk about what Quinn Snyder had to say. Also, Landry Fields talking about getting this new regime in the partnership between him, Quinn Snyder, and Kyle Korver, and everybody involved as the Hawks take on the Wizards tonight. Hawks are favored, by the way, as they should be. But at the end of the day, games we've been favored in this year hadn't meant anything, Mike, because we found ways at the end to blow them. And the other night was just, it felt good because we were able to hold on and win, and Trey hit a big shot. Tonight, we'll see what happens, but this is the first game for Quinn Snyder. We're going to talk more about it.
And you're going to see these guys. It's kind of weird how the schedule came up. We mentioned you get the Wizards 4 times, so it's Porzingis and company. I mean, they play better defense than we do. You could argue they don't score as much as the Hawks, so we'll see where it goes. But this is one of those teams where you could argue most fans would say that's at least 3 out of 4 dubs right there.
I totally agree. All right, guys, hit us up, 404-741-0929. That is our Solomon Brothers Diamond text line. Chris, let's get to an NFL Blitz.
Welcome to the NFL. With news and notes from around the league, this is NFL Blitz on Dukes and Bell.
What's wrong with Daniel Snyder, man?
Well, he's a criminal. I mean, sorry, well, eventually he'll get convicted for something, but he's just a creep. He's just a creepy guy. And, there's other NFL owners that have done some shady business deals. Remember, Haslam had to pay a fine to the federal government for his gas station business. But in this case, there's so much stuff. And Bezos, that story about Jeff Bezos looking to, put together some exploration into buying the Commanders, you'd need a forensic accountant, the likes of which, the IRS would use to get underneath his fingernails, because who knows what he's pulled. But this is one the feds are already on. They took a $55 million line of credit, and he never told his co-owners. There's some silent partners that are billionaires, Carl, and they were never made aware of this.
Yeah, I just think there's a lot here when it comes to, and understand this, what Snyder wants, as simple as I can put it. He basically wants to be able to sell the team and walk away with no recourse, no legal action moving forward, nothing that's going to follow him. So in essence, he wants to sell this team for $6 billion, take the money and run, and never have to deal with any of the consequences of these lawsuits that are pending, and more importantly, the investigations that are looking into how he handled business. Just because you sell the team doesn't mean you didn't have illegal activity.
Right.
And he's basically telling the other owners, well, unless I get that, I'm not going to do this. And then the other owners are saying, well, then we're going to vote you out and take your team.
And the other thing is, again, I'm not a lawyer. I just play one on the radio. But if you committed some form of fraud in the application for the loan, it still happened, right? There's no statute of limitations.
No.
I mean, there's got to be something in Virginia, wherever this thing went down. But that's still, regardless if he's the owner, he still perpetrated the fraud. Either way, it continues to be Jerry Jones rumored to try to broker some kind of settlement to get him out of the league. And remember, they kind of threw Jim Irsay out there at the owners' meetings a few months ago to say, I think it's time we moved on from Snyder. And that was all that was, guys, was a trial weather balloon. I think Irsay drew the short straw on that.
Yep, I agree. So Snyder is just trying to dictate the terms when he's not in a place to dictate them. You have no say here. You want to sell the team? Great. But we're not getting rid of all these lawsuits and pending issues you've got out there.
But the thing is, again, if you are Bezos and everything, even though you've got, you're one of the richest guys on the planet, you just laid it out. The idea that you could still have people coming at you for lawsuits, and these would be civil actions over something that Daniel Snyder pulled.
All right, NFL Blitz brought to you by our friends at Priority Men's Medical Centers. Check them out at PriorityMen'sMedical.com. Deron Payne officially gets franchise tagged. That's not good news. We wanted a run at this guy. We still may, guys. Just because you're franchise tagged doesn't mean you don't get traded. But the Commanders have placed a franchise tag on defensive tackle Deron Payne. They made it official. Again, that means he would, if not worked out a long-term deal, get $18.9 million for the 2023 season, because that's the number for franchise tagging a defensive lineman. Now, my guess is, Mike, they'll work out a long-term deal, and he'll be a $20+ million player in this league.
Right.
But we're going to see where it goes.
We liked him because of his age. As you said, Hargraves with the Eagles is 30. This guy's 26, and that's what made him a slightly better option for us if we could ever get him. But now you won't get your hands on him unless they really fall apart in those negotiations.
All right, new rule apparently made to the competition committee. There are always a handful of proposals that are on the table. But they are talking about including a reprise for the proposal for an onside kick alternative, Mike.
That's that goofy 4th and 15.
I know.
I don't like it.
I know. All right. Listen, they're going to look at it. The NFL also tabled discussions on proposals to allow teams to try the 4th and 15 rather than an onside kick, to your point. The XFL has implemented that rule. St. Louis pulled off, I think, a conversion. Now, I've not watched 1 second of the XFL, so I wouldn't know.
Was that this? What's the name of the St. Louis team? The River Cats, the River Dogs.
I don't know.
Oh, the Battle. Sorry, Chris. Of course, the Battle Hawks. How silly of me. But yeah, this is one that I think it's way too gimmicky. That's great for arena football. You don't put that in the National Football League.
No.
Now, I need a review of roughing the passer because you've given the refs too much power and it's too much open to interpretation, and they misinterpret it so often, like they did against. Like the Grady hit would be the video. The only video you'd ever have to show for this would be the Grady hit on Tom Brady earlier in the season down in Tampa.
Yeah.
And that would be it. But I think, like, instant replay, you've got to make I know the game's already taken too damn long, but the refs screw so many things up. I need replay for the pass play interference, and I definitely, Carl, need it for the roughing the passer.
We'll see if the competition committee changes any of this stuff. I doubt.
Remember Goodell telling us all that there's really nothing wrong with their officiating this year in the State of the NFL speech.
I doubt that they will. Meanwhile, Pete Carroll says he's good with Russell Wilson after a report came out that the quarterback tried to get him fired. Really? Okay. I mean, probably good with it because Pete Carroll still has his job in Seattle, and they traded him. I mean, he has no bearing now on what's going to happen with Pete Carroll. Right. Pete Carroll doesn't need to be a jerk and say, well, yeah, I mean, Russell shouldn't have done that. Keep it moving.
Right, but Russell was trying to make a power play. Didn't like Schneider, the general manager. Remember, it all started a few years back when his agents came up with this list of teams he'd go to, and everyone's like, well, that's silly. You can't be traded. Speaking of quarterbacks, the search for a quarterback, if you're the Jets, if you're Carolina, we already said that Carolina doesn't really probably go with a retread, but do you think Derek Carr's value is so much better than anyone they've rolled through there since Cam Newton?
Yes.
Because
unless you're going to draft Anthony Richardson.
Correct. And they might be rumored. The Charlotte Observer had an article. We'll talk to Joe Person. We'll go through all our buddies in the division before the draft. But they were talking about maybe moving up and pursuing maybe something a little bit better than Richardson, who is a guy high risk, high reward. Carr's talking to everybody. Saints, Carolina, the Jets, everybody in the mix. And he's doing this up at the Combine. And he might even be a backup if Aaron Rodgers decided to move. Maybe the Packers would kick the tires on Carr.
Who's going to be the first domino?
I don't think Aaron Rodgers goes anywhere.
Okay.
If I'm honest.
Well, listen, the last 2 years we kept thinking that, and he didn't go anywhere. This dark room retreat obviously hasn't done anything because he's announced nothing since he came out of it. I don't know. I'm just wondering who the first domino is going to be. Chris, you just said something very interesting to me about Leslie Frazier. He was up for a bunch of jobs, correct? Defensive coordinator for the Bills, right?
Yeah, so he's going to actually take this season off.
Yeah.
So you got to wonder if not getting a job maybe finally got to him a little bit.
Yeah. He's a dude that he's literally taking a year off. And I wonder at some point would he engage in one of those I don't know. People have asked us a number of times about the status of Brian Flores' litigation, and I don't know where it's at and if there's still enough people, because we were talking to lawyers who said, I think it was Amy Dash?
Way back when.
Came on and told us that...
I find it interesting.
But that you'd need more than 2 or 3 guys in this class action suit, and would he be one of those coaches who felt that there is a prejudice amongst owners, and would you join Brian Flores in his lawsuit?
You know what, Amy? You know what I find interesting is... She did it first. Then we just did it next time we talked to her. I don't even think she picked that up. Do you?
No.
I don't think she picked it
up. We
up.
like her, though.
Oh, we do. She's great. Dukes and Bell. Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. Mike, I'm sorry. I'm just sitting here thinking, like, I get it. Leslie Frazier's been in this coaching, hiring cycle
or maybe he's got a little bit of burnout. Like
I was going to say.
Quinn Snyder just walked away and then got back in.
Yeah, I don't want to. Chris, I get what you're saying. I just don't want to put it on that, like, brother's so frustrated I'm taking a year off. But if it was that, I understand. But I don't know. It is interesting.
Hey, man, who's the most aggressive coach in the NFL? Probably Sirianni, right? By how he handled himself over the course of the playoffs for the Eagles.
You mean going for it?
Going for it.
Yeah.
Well, there's an aggressiveness index. This article came out earlier.
Wait. Brandon, what about the Chargers coach?
Let's take a look at the numbers.
Okay.
It's from Football Outsiders. And aggressiveness index number is designed to center around generally describing how much more likely a coach is to go for it on fourth down compared to his peers. And unfortunately, other than the time we should have gone for it against the Saints in Week 1, Arthur Smith was one of the most aggressive coaches. Sirianni was number 1. McDaniel down in Miami was 2. Arthur Smith was 3.
Okay.
Cliff Kingsbury was 4th. And Matt LaFleur was 5th.
Now, that's not saying they got the fourth down.
No, they're going for it.
Okay.
Yeah, and if you want to say who's the most conservative, it was Saleh with the Jets, Bill Belichick, Dennis Allen, Mike Tomlin, ironically, in Pittsburgh, one of the more conservative coaches, maybe because of his rookie quarterback.
I believe that. Yeah, that's interesting, though. Do you like our coach to be in the top
yes,
3?
I love it. I love aggressiveness, and I love the fact that football. Now, I have to admit, I can't stand analytics, but guys are going for it more than ever on the wrong side of the 50 because it sustains drives and gives you a better chance to win the game. But I just thought the only time that Arthur should have gone for it that he didn't was that game where, remember, Marcus botches the snap on third down. It kind of spooked Arthur Smith, and we punted. And we never got the ball back, and Jameis beat us.
Yeah. Listen.
That one drove me crazy.
Well, my deal, and that came back to bite us even as the end of the season. But I know he comes on our show every week. We're talking about Coach Arthur Smith.
And we grilled him over it.
Yeah, and he keeps talking about every one of these decisions are individual. And sometimes I just think you can be overly aggressive. You know, I can't tell you guys how many times I'm at the game or I'm at home and I'm going, take the points, Art.
Right.
Just kick the field goal and take the points. All right, we got plenty more to dive into, including Quinn Snyder. What did he say about relationship building with the star of his team? That star is Trae Young. It's Dukes and Bell.
Dukes and Bell.
Oh, okay. On Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
It is Dukes and Bell coming up. You're going to get a chance to hear from Terry Fontenot. He was on today with Andy and Randy talking about all things NFL Combine, all things Falcons. And, you know, this is the part of the offseason where a lot of these big decisions are going to be made. One was made today, Mike, and before we talk about Quinn Snyder, as we started the show, we were talking about Marcus Mariota. This was a no-brainer for the Falcons. When you talk about moving forward and where your team is and what's going to be the makeup of your team, if you are committed to Desmond Ridder, which apparently everything points to that, then releasing Marcus Mariota and saving $12 million was a no-brainer. You add cap space, so we're right under $70 million now. The only team that has more cap space is, what, the Bears, than us? So, again, when you say, how are we going to spend all of this, guys, it doesn't mean you go out and make poor decisions just because you got a big fat check. We still have to make the right decisions in free agency. But, Mike, the release of Marcus Mariota today, I don't think it should not have came as any surprise.
And as we said, I thought the guy would be the perfect fit because this was a gap year, and it was probably the best you could get for the price. And I just couldn't believe what I was seeing at the end there. I mean, it really did kind of get sideways. He's everything. Give me some credit, guys. I got this one right. We talked about it in August. He's everything I thought he'd be, Carl. Inconsistent. He's just got a guy. He can, 1 minute he looks like he's an NFL player for another 10 years, and then the next minute he looks like he's never played the position. Inconsistency, missing the receivers. We can talk about how Drake London became so much more productive once Ridder got out there.
Well, we tried
basically matched the numbers in 4 games when you had Ridder under center.
Mike, I'm with you. We tried to support him as long as we could. I mean, it got to a point in the season where it was like, okay, we're done, right?
Yeah, and as we said, the Carolina game, which you and I attended, and we had such a great time at, oh my God, that Hooters, that's still going to be one of the best Dukes and Bell live broadcasts of all time.
So much fun.
But yeah, that game was such a letdown, and that's when I thought if there was a mistake that
you mean when the bus of 200 people rolled in? I forgot about that.
By the way, you should have seen the Carolina Panthers fans' faces when we had Eric, Eric was spinning some really good stuff.
Yeah.
Stuff, the edited version, non-edited, and people were going bananas. It was literally off the chain. It was a party. But no, I just thought they should have gone. That's where I thought Arthur Smith, and we asked him time after time, he wasn't going to put Ridder out there. What did Ernest and Julio Gallo say? We'll serve no wine before it's time. Well, they weren't going to put Ridder out there anytime soon. I just wish we had those extra 3 weeks to see what he's about.
All right, let's shift gears, talk about our Hawks tonight. Any expectations?
Yeah, win this one, man. You got a good thing going right now.
I agree.
Under strange circumstances.
Let's keep moving. In Trey's words, we move. Let's move. Let's keep moving. Let's keep winning. The Wizards are a team that, are there to be taken advantage of, but it's still an NBA team. And let's hear from Quinn Snyder, because one of the things he said to us yesterday, and it's the most important question for me, guys, and it might not get answered this year, by the way. They may play well. We may go on a run. But this whole thing about how these players buy in, and specifically to the coach and the star being on the same page. This is what Quinn Snyder said to us yesterday.
If you think a player needs to do something to get better and he doesn't think it, they're not going to embrace it the way that you want them to, and it's not going to happen. So I think that process of really explaining why is important. In Donovan's case, like Trey, I mean, they're gifted players. And, I think understanding why really is foundational as far as getting someone to buy into what it's not what you're doing, it's what you're doing together.
What you're doing together. And I think the most important thing is his first comment there where he says, no matter what you think a player needs to get better at, if he doesn't think that, it's not going to happen.
Right.
So
I just think, you and I have debated why things have not been like we thought they were going to be with these 2 point guards. And you've talked about it a lot. Both guys are ball dominant. How do you maximize that? We asked, Quinn Snyder about that. The idea that I thought from the jump, Trey's 3-point shooting was going to go up because he's going to move without the ball. And because of DeJounte's ability to penetrate, he's going to get some really good open looks. And that's really not how it's gone. Of late, he's certainly taken more 3-point shots. And again, in his defense and in the team's defense, no idea what Nate was trying to do at times in the half court. The one thing for certain, I don't know how you do this as a coach, coming out to an all-new staff, but it's not your staff, and yet you're trying to how much is Quinn going to be implementing some of his own game plan, and when he sees the evolution of the game and just maybe some basic observations?
I do think, Mike, so for example, let's just say tonight, You call a timeout, all the assistants are out there, right? You always see this. Guys huddle up, players go to the bench. And during that timeout, sometimes they're talking about real stuff. Sometimes they're not, just for your info. I'm just calling timeout to give my guys a rest, or I'm calling timeout because somebody needed a second. But, Mike, let's just say Joe Prunty says, hey, I think we should run this. And Quinn listens, and he says, okay. And they get back to the bench, and he's drawing it up. And then Prunty is drawing everything up, or at least, has told him what he wants to do. And then Quinn goes, okay, let's add this. I don't think it's going to be, like, evasive in your face. Are you stupid? We're not doing that. He's not going to do that. He's going to take their advice. And then if I know from my experience, hey, I think this will work, let's add this, or let's change this. I don't think anybody in the circle is going to be offended. This is why he's here. This is why they're paying him. So I think that's what you do now. Now you get to the end of the season, 20 games from now, you get to the playoffs, it's all Quinn. And I don't think there should be any question. But right now coming in, I think you want to respect your guys and say, hey, what have you guys been doing? What are you running out of this? Oh, okay, let's try this. That's how I think he's going to approach it.
So this team is, as we said, they've got all the weapons. We've talked about what we thought they were going to be. Now let's reach. And I just think there's a new energy. I think guys, I've gone through it in my personal life, in work relationships with bosses. A boss that I want to choke out. You get the new boss in and everything's hunky-dory. It's a more productive atmosphere because all the bad energy is gone, right? What's the phrase I keep blowing up? New relationship energy, yeah. Carl's talking about.
Yeah, it's real. Think about your last one. It's real. Think about how excited you were. Like, we're going out. Chris is smiling because he's got like 6 of them. But we're going out. We're going to dinner. We're going. You're all excited. This is what happens. It's Dukes and Bell at Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. One more Quinn Snyder thing, talking about on building on the last 2 games. And this is what Mike is saying. Got the Wizards. We got the Trailblazers Friday night. Trailblazers, I think they're in 10th in the Western Conference. Now, listen, Dame is a problem for anybody, but that's the NBA. They all have stars. It's a game that's winnable. That's what we're talking about. When we start looking at this schedule, Mike, and you go, that's a winnable game. That's like the Heat game. We play them back-to-back. Now, here's the deal. And I'm just
2 in Miami, by the way, with a day separation.
That might be a problem.
Called South Beach.
Correct. So Saturday night, you might get a dub. Come back Monday, maybe if guys are hanging out, having a good time, it's just real life. I don't know how that's going to play out. But if you're able to get 2 in Miami, huge, because then you're at the Wizards next Wednesday, Mike. Yeah. All of a sudden, you've got a 5-game stretch that you could really take advantage of.
And just when I thought Miami was kind of going out the window, they had a 4-game losing streak. They just beat the Sixers.
Right.
So, obviously, they've got some injuries, et cetera, but it's still the Eastern Conference. There's still a lot of competition. But, yeah, the idea that you could come in here under this set of circumstances and find a way to get into that 6th seed, that's something. Although, again, no blank Sherlock. The 7th seed is the best of all the play-in ones because you're doing less work, but still, there's nothing guaranteed.
All right, here is Quinn Snyder talking about building on the last couple of Hawks wins.
And again, I'm very cognizant of the fact that I think we need to be careful trying to reinvent the wheel. The last 2 games, the way we've played, Joe's done a terrific job. Players, sharing the ball, coming together. There's some things, hopefully, that you see that you have success in that you try to continue to do, and then, do it more.
That's what we're hoping to do tonight. All right. By the way, pregame's at 7. Mike Conto have the pre-half and post for you. Tips at 7:30. Steve Holman, bang, with the call right here on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. We were talking about this in the break amongst ourselves. I just want to bring it up. Leonard Fournette of the Buccaneers says he asked for his release from the Bucs after the season, Mike, and he says they responded to my wishes. They respected them, so no bad blood between myself or the Buccaneers. I asked the guys, I said, does anybody want to take a flyer on Fournette? Now, we currently have Tyler Algier. Obviously, CP takes carries, but you have to believe with the age and the usage of CP, Algier is going to be the guy that gets most of the carries. We still need another back.
And the general manager, you'll hear the conversation, next hour, right? We'll play it for you. But he talked about you can never have, as you said, never have enough running backs. All the elite teams have multiples. And then sometimes even you got multiples and you still can't get the job done like the Cowboys, But in this case, I think Fournette, Chris mentioned Buffalo, that's a nice idea. That's a really good fit. But I would think we might get it off the tree, get it in the draft. Because you can always find a running back, Carl, from 4 to 7.
Yeah, and, vet like him, I'm not sure.
But in a red zone and short yardage,
he's great.
He's a perfect weapon.
He's great. I don't know what the salary commands or demands would be there, but Leonard Fournette is being released by the Buccaneers. That Bucs team, we're saying this division is wide open.
Yeah, the Saints. I mean, to be quite honest, I'm not sure. I still don't believe that they're going to do anything with Andy Dalton. Maybe now, if they get Derek Carr down there with the Saints, and they've got some weapons, they've got young wide receivers, and getting the more although Bobby Abrams made the argument that it sounds crazy, but the Red Rifle wasn't actually stinking it up down there in New Orleans.
Yeah, it's hard to believe because our perception of him is different than what he was.
Washed up guy, just kind of bouncing around at this stage. Carson Wentz, we mentioned yesterday. There's some talk that perhaps I think Dan Orlovsky on ESPN said he thinks he might be interested in going down to Miami. And the thing is with Wentz, this is all those weapons in Miami, and I don't know if Wentz will ever get his head on straight because if look. Tua Tagovailoa doing judo and learning how to fall. Yeah, I'm glad you learned how to fall. The guy who's going to throw you on the ground has something to say on how you're going to fall. So I still think that Dolphins situation is so tenuous at quarterback.
No, it is. I don't think they go get a guy, but I do think they bring in a veteran guy to back him up. Right. All right, guys, plenty more to get to. Yeah, man, no man's on the way. We're going to get to the Dog Report as well coming up at 4 o'clock today. A returning coach. I mean, all this turmoil about who's leaving, who's not. Todd Monken ended up leaving. Glenn Schumann is returning to Athens. We're going to talk about that coming up here in 30 minutes. But when we come back, Beau Morgan joins us next for Yeah Man, No Man.
Sports Radio 92.9 The...
Back to more Dukes and Bell.
How's everybody feeling? On Sports Radio 92.9, The Game.
Coming up, you'll hear the Terry Fontenot interview in its entirety. Coming up at 4:20, stop by, general manager of our Falcons, stop by the Andy and Randy show. We're going to tell you where Mike and I are going to be come Friday, and we want you to come hang out with us. Very excited about it. And for those folks on the South Side who have not had a chance to do it, this will be your opportunity to come hang out with us, man. We're going to tell you more about what's going on with that. All right, so make sure you stay tuned. Right now, let's get to Yeah Man. Does he have an Arby's hat on?
Yes, SquidBilly is wearing an Arby's hat right now. It's the old Arby's logo, that big, sort of tall, vertical, sort of, I don't know what you call that, 10-gallon.
It looks like it. Yeah,
meets a stovepipe hat.
You said he looks like a Zach Brown band, right?
He does.
All right, let's get to Yeah Man, No Man.
Carl, don't be fooled. We always are watching. Always.
It's time for Yeah Man, No Man.
Kind of makes me wonder why the hell so many people are trying to tell me to slow down. Seems like I should be shutting the hell up and enjoying the show.
He's 6'1", not really, from Florida, Kennesaw State, and gives rapid fire questions. It's the executive producer of the Dukes and Bell Show, Beau Morgan. Brought to you by the W Sauce, America's Worcestershire sauce. Bigger, better, bolder.
All right, Beau, what is going on? It's just weird to be talking to you with that hat on, but
watch it, by the way. Watch it on Twitch, where all the cool kids are on Twitch, ATL 929.
So,
check out.
Full disclosure, this hat's way too damn big for me. So I did the old catcher trick. I turned my baseball cap around backwards and put the hat over it, and now it actually fits.
I gotta be honest, I probably, next thing you know, you'll see Russell Westbrook wearing that into an arena. That's probably something you see in Vogue.
It's true.
Well, this just looks like a Cam Newton hat, so I mean, what's the difference?
It does. No, listen, I forgot.
Bob, looking at Rob, looking at the feed on Twitch right now. SquidBilly just barely peeks over the 92.9 and Kia logo on the camera. It's very funny.
But I forgot that they had sent those. These are from Arby's. Arby's had sent us some food. This is way back when. We're big beef and cheddar. Oh, thank you. We're big beef and cheddar guys. Yes, and Chris reminded me it was the Wagyu burger they sent.
That's right.
And they sent these hats. And again, big shout out to folks at Arby's.
I took those to the fire department. That my father-in-law was in town and he had to go to the hospital, a little medical emergency.
The Wagyu?
I took the Wagyu beef burgers down to those guys. They went hog wild on them.
Yeah.
They're just delicious.
But to my point, you look good in the hat. I mean, maybe you should wear this more often. This should become your fashion statement.
I think that should be your look, man.
Yeah, but I would have to wear like a beanie underneath it to fill in, because if you turn around, you can see.
Oh, the hat behind it.
Yeah, there is a hat behind it. So I'm literally wearing this like an old school Major League catcher.
Create your own look. Next week, Post Malone will be rocking that, man. Create your own look,
It's probably true.
Yeah, I mean, I've worn some goofy stuff before back in my younger days at NASCAR races. That's always fun.
All right, this hat feels like it's empowering you today. So go ahead. What do you got for us?
I'm always empowered,
Oh, by the
Carl.
way,
What is the damn question,
Yeah,
SquidBilly?
It said SquidBilly.
artificial intelligence is everywhere, including SquidBilly's Yeah Man, No Man segment.
Hey,
that's awesome.
Real quick, I'm so energized today. It's beautiful outside. Feels like spring. The combine is here. It's exciting part of the season because we don't have football, but we got a lot of football news, and this is when we get re-energized for the upcoming season. The February is pretty much it is done after today because it's not a leap year. So now we spring into the new league year here soon, and it's just time to get excited and energized about what our teams may or may not do. So I kind of feeding off that energy today. Speaking of the combine, I don't know what I said there.
Yeah,
but
what was the cliche there?
The gratuitous happiness got me a little bit.
Okay. Well, but some people are happy.
Oh, you know what? Hold on. You just keep close to that mic. You guys complain when I'm angry or I got an attitude, and now Chris is going to complain that I'm happy.
We're not in league with Chris on this. We're enjoying your positivity.
Yeah, so pipe down there, turtle.
It happens so infrequently.
Yeah, but the deal with you, Beau, it's Dukes and Bell at Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. Coming up, we'll talk some dogs, some college football. Terry Fontenot on the way. The deal with you is your mood can change so quickly.
Yeah.
Am I right, Chris?
Yeah.
See?
Oh, what, you cat got your tongue? All right, tough guy. You know what? Now you've lost your right. Just go ahead and turn it off.
Chris, you have train wrecked the segment. SquidBilly was feeling good. There was positive vibes, blue sky, green grass, and then you just completely wrecked it. Back to you, Beau.
Where are we going with this? You feel great. The skies
Well,
are blue.
I'm getting around to the combine. The combine starts today.
Right.
What is, of all the things that come out of the combine, hand size, 40 times, broad jump, what is
hand size?
Hey, now.
Quarterbacks?
Oh, okay.
What is the thing that you least care about? The one thing that comes out of you, you're like, I don't care about that.
Only the 40. Just the 40, because there's always some explosive. If it's a guy from a big school, there's always some guy from a school you never heard of.
Yeah.
But things like Pacheco from Rutgers, he was one of those interesting eyebrow raisers at the combine last year. So that's one of those things I would think the 40-yard dash. 40. I mean, that's probably the only thing. Unless you're really into the 3-cone drill.
So for me, it's blatantly obvious, and I will ask you guys this question. I don't care how high you jump. How often do you jump 45 inches in an NFL game? Guys with the vertical jump is just one aspect of athleticism. None of these guys are dunking a basketball, but they take the vertical jump and they make it out to be such a big deal. It's one aspect of athleticism. You combine it with all these other things and you go, okay, combined, they're really good. But I'll be honest, a guy jumping 45 inches in the air in the NFL rarely happens. If you talk about a block punt, it's angles. It's push up the middle. It's never a guy that's coming over the top and jumping 50 inches in the air. So I'm always taken back by the vertical jump. It's fun to watch a guy that can leap. But this isn't hoops.
See, mine's always been bench press because while it's fun to see how strong people are, it doesn't matter how many times you can bench 225 because, by the way, a guy with short arms and a big chest, Mike, might be able to do more, 225 more than a guy with longer arms because the distance is further. Doesn't mean he's stronger.
Because, again, for a guy, for instance, like the tight end from, I should say the tackle from Northwestern everybody's talking about, you've got to have long arms to play the tackle position. And when you do have those short T-Rex type arms, that's one of those things which it's Skoronski, scares some of the scouts away. Or makes you more likely to be a guard because you're going inside because there's less leverage. Tackle's got to push the edges off to the side.
Yeah.
Chris, you got one? I'm going to let you talk now.
Thanks, Beau. It's the Wonderlic test for me because the guy who had the highest score ever was Ryan Fitzpatrick, and I think he played on 12 teams in the league.
Yeah, but he went to Harvard. What do you expect?
Yeah, but that goes to show you, what does it really matter?
Yeah. And Marino didn't have a great Wonderlic. I mean, look, we've talked about this, Carl. The questions are racist in the Wonderlic test. How many yachts make up a regatta? Who's supposed to know the answer to that?
Okay. Wait a minute. That's not one of the questions. You just went somewhere.
I didn't even know where the regatta is.
That's not even on the test.
See, that's what I'm saying. How do you think Fitzpatrick nailed it?
How dare
I mean, how is somebody? I mean, how many miles is it from Greenwich to Danbury, Connecticut? That's not a question most people would know.
Well, how many brothers live in that area?
There you go. You're feeling what I'm putting down.
But here's the deal. Again, the combine, and Chris, I'm with you. This is why we hate these things, all right? Beau's asking us what's the one thing we hate, and we all had different things. But it's the makeup of all of those things that you go, is this guy going to be a good quarterback? I'm with you. The Wonderlic by itself is a joke.
Right. But
by itself is a joke.
But a guy could have hands of stone and still run a great 40 time. But again, I just think I watched the 40. I remember Pacheco, by the way, who was, of course, they got drafted in the 7th by the Chiefs. Isaiah Pacheco ran a 4.37 40-yard dash at the combine last year. And to me, that's the only thing I'm remotely interested in. Again, Rich Eisen will do his thing in the Super Bowl. He does it for charity now, so you got to go along with it.
Yeah.
But it's just the 40s.
So I want to switch over a little bit. The Braves promotional calendar came out. Obviously, we're getting ready for the season. Spring training is here. Dude.
They got the Dukes and Bell bobblehead coming?
Yeah, we had the beer in the stadium, but a certain ballsless radio station took it away. But yeah, man, the bobblehead squid look amazing.
Yeah, they've got an Outcast, May 25th.
Ooh.
The Outcast bobblehead. So they've got Big Boy and Andre 3000, which is sitting in what looks like a Cadillac. It's
sweet. And one's wearing an old school, one's wearing a contemporary Braves uni, right, Beau?
Yeah, and honestly, the gray jersey that Andre 3000 is wearing, it looks like the one that he had on in the Players Ball video. And the one that Big Boy has on is like the old school Braves, and that's like I think that's from Miss Jackson, the Miss Jackson video. So they've kind of went on with that, but they also have some other stuff. Like they have the AJ Minter bobblehead,
okay,
and he's in cowboy hat, He looks like Garth. He was like going to Garth Brooks concert.
Nice.
Which is Mentor's look. If you know,
Yeah.
you know him. They've even got one They've got a Fred McGriff one for Hall of Fame, but they've got one of Ron Gant. It's going to be out July 19th, and it's when the night they got Fred McGriff in a trade. When the fire happened in the press box, there's a picture of Ron Gant holding he's got a bat in one hand and his other hand's up. He's holding his arms up
and the press box is totally engulfed in flames over his shoulder. Right.
Yes. So there's some pretty cool ones. That one will be on July 19th. By the way, the Mentor one will be September 26th. But I love they've always done a really good job. But remember the Freddie Freeman, Chipper Jones ATV four-wheeler.
I
have
that one.
I have that one at home too. Yeah.
Right.
They've
When
got
Chipper had to go bail him out on his ATV during the ice storm, right, Beau?
Yeah, I mean, some people, Chipper didn't need an ATV. I mean, I just used my truck. But hey, you know what? Not hating. You saved your boy.
No, it's good. It's good. But these ideas, this is fun stuff. Great ideas for Braves fans. It gets people excited to be at the park. By the way, did you get a ring? You remember the people that were waiting in lines to get rings? Did you guys get rings?
I didn't get one from the team. My buddy is like an A-list member, and he got a couple in the mail. And for my birthday, he was like, hey, by the way, you know Oliver. He was like, hey, here you go. I know you want it. So he had an extra one. He's like, here, I'm going to give this to you. So I got one at home.
Yeah, that was getting people excited. Everybody was waiting in line. They did it a couple of different times. This was last season.
Dude. They're heavy. Like, they're legit. They're not. I thought it was going to be like cereal box thing.
Replica rings, yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty legit.
I have a couple from teams over the years, not World Series, but they are, National League championship rings or, conference championship rings for football. Replica rings, and they are. If you didn't know the difference, if you wore it out, somebody just glanced at it, they would think it was real until you took it off and told them.
Yeah, it's really cool, and it's a little big on my finger. I'd need like a spacer, but yeah, it's pretty cool. All right, guys, we got to get out here. As always, Yeah Man, No Man is brought to you by W Sauce, America's Worcestershire sauce. Bigger, better, bolder. Get over to WSauce.com, find a retailer near you. You can find it on Amazon. And, hey, got to mention my friends at the Georgia Hemp Company and the GeorgiaHempCompany.com. Use the code SquidBilly10 to get 10% off. And get over to their Twitter. Got a golf tournament April 17th. So check it out. There's some details on their website, and you can figure out how to play in that for the Kyle Peasy Foundation, which is a great cause. Turtle, hit your boss's music.
I like it. Outcast bobblehead night. What's the date again, Beau?
May 25th.
All right, I want to mark that down. That's what's up. Shout out to Big Boy. All right, guys, coming up, we're going to talk about the Dogs. Glenn Schumann returns. Terry Fontenot, general manager of our Atlanta Hawks, on the midday show. Find out all the things he had to say. And Mike and I will tell you why everybody needs a new hoe. Coming up.
Sports Radio 90. sports talk show for your drive home.
Dr. Rush is joining us, guys. Combine is the talk of this week. If Mariota would have acted right, I kind of think he might have been back. But they were like, okay, he's done. How do you feel about it?
Well, I think he's quit. I think he, basically, like you said earlier, picked up his ball and said, wham, wham, wham. And I think the bigger disappointment from me with him, they did give him another opportunity. Arthur Smith said, you know what, I know who you are. I know what your potential is. Let's build the offense around you.
This is Dukes and Bell
on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
News today as the Falcons release Marcus Mariota, saving $12 million. Our cap number goes up. We're getting close to over $70 million if Casey Hayward is not coming back. We'll see if they make that decision. Again, you may feel like, and I'm saying you as in the Falcons may feel like Casey Hayward, veteran presence, still may be needed in that secondary, Mike. Doesn't mean that you don't go get another corner, but for his price tag, I think it's a reasonable price tag for where he's at in his career. But he's getting long in the tooth. I mean, Duke can still play. We know he's a Georgia boy. I loved having him here last year. He just got hurt early in the season and was never really able to help us.
And it showed you it's almost like, and I don't know how you would explain A.J. Terrell's performance at times this year. Was he 100%? He was banged up.
Sure.
But it just seemed like you really missed Casey Hayward because it seemed like teams kind of started going after A.J. Terrell maybe more than they had in the past, for lack of a better explanation.
Yeah, I think when you start talking about needs versus wants and what we really want to do with this money that we're going to have and how we're going to spend it once free agency officially starts, I think you've got to put the bulk of this wherever you think you're not going to draft, right? It's either or. You don't draft defensive tackles, Mike, and then go out and sign the best or possible defensive tackle that's going to be available in free agency. You don't do both. If that's your focus, go do that, and then let's address these other areas in the draft.
But it is interesting with Marcus Mariota being jettisoned, as we knew it was going to happen now, to have more cap space. I can't remember them having this much cap space ever. And obviously the cap has continued, Carl, to grow and expand. But other than the year you were able to get Alex Mack, seems like almost every other year from 2012 on, we were up against it. We just couldn't find a way to, do the things we wanted to do. And then, it's a shame because you develop some guys like Devondre Campbell and then you can't afford him. And you develop a guy, I know Squid's a big fan of Foye Oluokun, and you can't keep him. See, that's the way it's not supposed to work. When you develop, especially those guys that are 4th and 5th round picks, you hold on to him. That's why Grady has been the cornerstone for this team. Even though Chuck Smith does agree, he still didn't fit this defense, that Grady is still a guy that has been one of the best late round picks. But that's the way it's supposed to work. You get him, you keep him. We haven't been able to do that. But getting back to your initial question, there's so many things in the free agency. And by the way, get the bare minimum quarterback. I don't know if I want a Joe Flacco, but what about a Teddy Bridgewater? You be cool with that as a backup? Because now you get him cheap.
Yeah, listen, I just want a guy who's done it in case we need him.
Right.
Nobody cares about the backup quarterback
until you need one.
Right. And
it was amazing when you think about Chad Henne. Guys go, Chad Henne's still playing football when he did that amazing 94-yard drive against the Jaguars for the Chiefs. But, that's when you need him. But let's be honest. There's a lot of dudes. I don't know how much stock you put into Bridgewater. Because here's the thing I should say about Desmond Ridder. If Desmond Ridder stinks this year, then you'll be drafting a quarterback next year anyway. I mean, I hate to say it like that, but if he doesn't grab the brass ring this year,
1 year,
1 year, 4 games. How much rope you giving Desmond Ridder to prove he's the man?
1 year.
Well, because this is year 3 of Arthur Smith. Next year would be year 4, and you're expected to really go to the playoffs in year 4. I don't know.
So he better get the quarterback right, is what you're saying.
I just think if we get into that sort of that rut. Everybody that used to dog Matt Ryan, Beau Morgan, SquidBilly, you just heard in Yeah Man No Man always says, you'll appreciate Matt Ryan when he's gone if you don't get the next quarterback right.
Yeah. Listen, I don't have a lot of patience.
I mean, obviously we need to score more points.
That's the key, Coach. Yeah. I'm with you. I think this is it. I don't think you give him 3 years. Now, don't get me wrong. When I say that, this is it. If he plays well enough where you believe that he's going to continue to develop and turn into this elite guy that can take you to a Super Bowl, then you've got to completely buy in. But 17 games, Mike, and I hope he stays healthy and all that. 17 games next year, that's plenty. That's plenty to figure this out. Guys, you're going to see flashes of brilliance or you're not. If you see enough of those, then you buy in and say he's going to be really good. It's kind of what we talk about with Trae Young as the Hawks get ready for the Wizards tonight. When we saw Trae in those first couple of seasons, we weren't doing as much as we had hoped, but you saw it. You kind of felt it. You knew, all right, this guy, he's got a little something. That's what I got to feel with Desmond Ridder. I got to feel that as we get through the season next year. I got to feel like he's got a little something. We should not be in week 15 next year going, Well, he hadn't really impressed me.
And this goes back to how much, and we spoke about this every week, how much were they, and Arthur said the whole playbook was there, but how much were they wanting him to not run, keep him in the pocket? That's why when we debated last year, or I should say before the season wrapped up, about Jalen Hurts, guys going, man, he ain't no Jalen Hurts. No, Jalen Hurts is a special kind of player, but Jalen Hurts gave you that wow stuff even when his team around him was terrible in his first few games when he took over for Carson Wentz. And I just wish Ritter could have given us a few more games, because then maybe we would have all had some wow stuff that everybody would be nodding right now in their car that, yes, they're behind him and ready to go for 2023.
All right, more on this coming up. Terry Fontenot, you'll hear the full interview. Right now, let's talk some dogs.
Dukes and Bell on the sidelines with the dogs.
Mike, did you see Deion Sanders talk about what he wants when he is recruiting defensive linemen, what he wants when he's recruiting quarterbacks? Some people have come out and been very critical of Deion, saying kind of out of pocket. Like in the things that you're saying about the kind of kids you want to recruit. Now, he was asked the question and he's answering, is Deion being tongue-in-cheek or is Deion being for real? My guess is Deion's being for real.
I don't think there's any tongue-in-cheek. I just think he's basically telling it like it is. And when you're coaching and you're recruiting at a team, which is one of the worst big-time programs in a big-time conference, you tell it like it is. Like when he told the class when he came in, he was bringing luggage and it was Louis Vuitton.
Like his son being quarterback. All right, and this is just a part of it. I'm going to let you hear what he had to say about what he wants in defensive linemen. And by the way, he said when it comes to O-linemen, it's different. When it's D-linemen, it's different. He's talking about the qualifications, but more importantly, the individual in their home life and kind of what he's looking for. This is what he said about wanting hungry defensive linemen.
Defensive linemen is totally opposite.
What do you mean?
Single mama. Trying to get it. He's on free lunch. I mean, I'm talking about just trying to make it. He's trying to rescue mama.
I mean, he's having fun in the setting, but yeah, it still rings true.
So then when asked about what he wants in a quarterback, he's recruiting quarterbacks. This is what he said.
Quarterbacks are different.
Yeah.
We want mother, father, dual parent.
Mm-hmm.
We want that kid to be 3-5 and up because he's got to be smart.
Mm-hmm.
Not bad decisions off the field at all because he has to be a leader of men.
Now, that's where it gets a little tricky in today's modern world. That's not always available. And people who don't have two parents can grow up and do fantastic things. So I'm a little sketchy on that comment.
I'm sketchy on all of it. Listen, I get where he's coming from. I do.
And by the way, that's easy to say, but that's harder and harder to do in today's world.
Well, Mike, when he's saying these are the qualifications I'm looking for when I go recruit a kid, and I'm saying, and he's saying this to his recruiting coordinators and everybody, give me the rundown, okay? And the guy goes, Coach, kid from Arkansas, 6'5", okay? 2-parent household. Dad does this, mom does that, right? That's what he's talking about here. And if it doesn't fit the qualifications of what Deion's saying, then he's not going to recruit the kid. He's like, because I have a feeling in his experience is what he's saying, that he's not going to be ultimately what he wants at quarterback. Or the D lineman, Mike, a kid that's struggling, hungry, on, food stamps or a meal plan, and he's single-parent household. It's almost insulting in a way to say, okay, so that's the only kind of kid that you're looking for. And a lot of guys, former NFL players, have come at Deion and said, that's not cool.
No, especially when you think about the guys that he played at Florida State with, who Coach Bowden mentored, who Coach Bowden was a father figure to because those guys didn't have two parents. And those guys that were loyal to a fault when Bobby was probably time to show him the door because of the things that they accomplished under Coach Bowden. So that's a bit disingenuous. I mean, look, you and I always we want a guy who's a hard-hitting guy with edge. I'm not saying you got to have, as we said, I'm talking about criminality in your background, but we've always felt sometimes a team is too lily-white in the Falcons' history and you need little guys with edge. Yeah. But, I mean, a lot of people are going to have issue with what Deion is saying there. I get it.
Yeah, and I just wanted to play it for you guys because it's been out there and a lot of people have been saying, wait a minute, did he just say that? Now, again, you see he's in the interview and he's having fun. So when you hear it, you're kind of like, oh, he's joking.
Is there a degree of tongue-in-cheek there?
Yes. Yeah, just a little.
But we live in a very literal world where people are, again, going to go bananas on that.
That's the thing. Hey, let's talk about Glenn Schumann, Mike. He's coming back, Georgia's co-defensive coordinator, returning to Athens. He had multiple conversations with the Eagles. He interviewed last week for the D.C. job, but he took over the play calling duties last season. Listen, Dan Lanning leaves. You've got Schumann. You've got Muschamp. Hell of a combination, and they showed you what this defense – the defense literally was as good as the year before. right? It didn't have the star power that the defense had the previous year because you're sending all those guys to the NFL. But the defense as a whole, Mike, you gave up 14 points per game. It was as good. So the good news is he's coming back. They lost 5 first-round selections in 2022. How many are they going to lose this year? I don't know, 3, 4 maybe in the first round. You're talking about defensively. But he's coming back. Muschamp shares the co-defensive coordinator job with Schumann. I think that's a good move, not just for him, but for Georgia. You lost Monken. If Schumann left, I'm not saying Muschamp wouldn't have taken over the job, but the fact is they got a good thing working.
Right, and I know that that's continuity. Plus, with the job that Will Muschamp is involved in, again, it takes a village to win 2 natties back-to-back right there. But, yeah, this is one of those guys that is, again, part of the foundation that Kirby built. And the way they're recruiting, you talk about the defensive tackle. You always talk about, like, DBU or RBU in George tailback U, like more than USC of late. Now it's like D-line U, right?
It is. You
want to be a big-time NFL player and play D-line, you're going to Georgia. That is becoming a hallmark for them.
No, it really – and listen, the secondary has kind of been that too. When you start talking about the guys – and go look in the NFL right now, all these guys in the secondary, it's kind of always been running back You're always going to find running backs from Todd Gurley just recently, who retired, but you got Nick Chubb in the league. All these guys, man, Sony Michel – so you're right, Mike. A lot of positions, if you're a particular player at a certain position in high school and you're like, hey, I want to go to the league, Georgia's putting a lot of guys at different positions in the league.
I know that the dogs it's going to be fun to watch. Jalen Carter, the idea that as a run on quarterbacks or somebody's trading ahead of the Falcons to get to a quarterback and we could move up a few spots and get a Jalen Carter, man, I know that seems like a pipe dream right now, but stranger things have happened.
All right, coming up, Terry Fontenot. He stopped by the midday show with Andy and Randy. What did the Falcons general manager have to say about the plan this offseason? Hear it next on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
Coming up, Guy Talk in 10 minutes. Also, we will talk more about the plan this offseason for our Falcons. And speaking of that plan, Terry Fontenot, the general manager, came on Andy and Randy today. He's at the Combine, guys. First thing they asked him as this news had hit earlier this afternoon was about Marcus Mariota. And they asked him, was there any way that Marcus was going to return to the Falcons?
Yeah, we discussed everything, and but we had made that decision, and very transparent with him and his agent Ryan Tolner, and we knew we were going to do this. It was just a matter of, it's a procedural thing. We had to make sure we tied some things up before we actually released him. So we had talked about this for a while with him, and look, we appreciate everything he did while he was here, but we knew this was the right move for the organization.
Terry, this is your third offseason as the general manager here in Atlanta, and this is another top 10 draft pick, and I know you don't want no more top 10 draft picks and all those things. That means you're being successful, but you have the one thing that you haven't had pretty much the previous, and that is money to spend as far as free agency. Now you get more money with this release of Marcus. Have you started putting in a place where you think you want to spend these dollars, or is it more of still a wait-and-see type situation?
Yes, sir, and we have, and we're going through that all-season plan, which is ever evolving because you have free agents, but then some players are going to be tagged, some players are going to be released, or there's going to be cap casualties, there's going to be trades. So you're trying to put together that all-season plan, and that's ever-changing. Our goal is to improve this football team and bring in impact players. You don't want to, just like you don't want to reach in the draft and overdraft someone, and you don't want to overspend on someone just because it's a certain position. We want to improve the total team, and we got to bring in guys that have the right makeup or wired the right way. They fit the character that we're looking for, because we really believe we have a foundation. We have really strong character, really strong locker room, so we have to make sure we're bringing in the right types of guys, but we're excited to go make this football team better.
When you've got some guys that are already there that are going to be up for contracts as well, it probably makes the evaluation process with them easier because you've been around them. How do you prioritize signing your own players that need extensions and bringing in new guys that are free agents out there that are going to be high-priced free agents?
Yeah, and good question. And we do. We always prioritize our players, and yet we have to have discipline and set parameters with them as well. And we have to make sure that we're doing the right things with their contracts. And it's not about the individual, it's about the team. And we always want to do what's best for the team. So we're going to work through some of those contracts, and we'll be able to re-sign some of our guys. We won't be able to re-sign some of them. But ultimately, we want to make sure that we have the right culture and we're bringing in the right guys, whether we're bringing them back or bringing them from outside the building.
You lost the quarterback, Terry, so obviously you're going to have to get some people in that room. But there's quarterback levels to this, Terry. Now, you got the one guy you might bring in, Terry, like, he's the guy. And then there's a guy, he's going to come in and compete with Desmond. And then there's the guy where you're like, okay, he's going to be probably the backup. Where are you guys at? Are you still evaluating those processes as far as your quarterback room?
Yeah, it's a constant evaluation. So I would say, the latter. We're still evaluating and going through that process, and want to be real straightforward about Desmond and how positive everything is with him, and how much we appreciate Desmond and how excited we are about him. But we're not going to close any doors. We need to add to that position, free agency, the draft, both. And we won't box ourselves in a corner and say specifically what we're trying to bring in, but we want to continue to make the team better, and we're definitely going to bring in some quarterbacks.
Well, there's one other avenue as well to bringing in quarterbacks, which is trades. And I know you know that, obviously. Are all avenues open, or just the two that you mentioned?
Absolutely. We'll never close any doors at any position. Whether it's a trade, it's a 24/7, 365 process. Even as we get through free agency, get through the draft, there'll be opportunities as we get close to the season, during the season. We just want to continue to make this team better. We have an excellent staff, excellent group of coaches, and we're always trying to get better. So correct, we won't close any doors.
Terry, you're up there at the combine and everything, and obviously a lot of stuff gets done, deals and things like that, but you're basically up there a lot of times just to see the college players. What does Terry Fontenot look for in a player when you're at a combine or the Senior Bowl and things like that?
It's every touch point with these players. When we're talking about how important the makeup is and how important the relationship part and who these players are as human beings, So every touch point matters. So we met with about 5 or 6 players last night. We're going to have 45 total formal interviews as we're here, a lot of informal interviews. And the coaches, our college staff has done a good job painting the picture. The coaches haven't been around the players as much. So it's kind of like speed dating every night. And we get to get in front of the players, and that's fun because you get to get a feel for them in 18 to 20 minutes. Then you get to go out and do more and go see them at their place, bring them in. There'll be more to it, but it's fun getting to really get a feel for the players. And a lot of times that blink instinct means something. The moment you met them, and you go back to all the data that you gathered and all the information, and sometimes you had it right when you met them right away. So it's a really important part of it, just really getting to know the prospects.
Falcons general manager Terry Fontenot joining us on the midday show with Andy and Randy up at the Combine, getting ready to watch some guys work out. Like you mentioned, met with a couple players already as well. And I'm obviously not asking you what specifically you asked them because I know you won't tell me, but what's your general philosophy with those one-on-ones? Like, is it just let's talk, get to know you, football stuff? Are you throwing riddles at them and like ethical conundrums, trying to get them on their heels? Like, because we hear crazy stories about stuff that teams ask these guys. Like, well, what's your general approach in those conversations?
Yeah, that's a good question. And there have been times that, because it's now my 20th season, I think, so there's times that you would say, okay, let's, in this 20 minutes, let's just spend time on nothing but the film. Let's come out of here and we can be able to assess his football intellect and say, there's been times you want to do that and you want to get the apples to apples comparison, give them a specific test. And there's times that, okay, we just want to spend time on him and just communicate with him specifically and get a feel for him. And I think at this point, that's what we do. We just bring them in and we sit down with them. We want them to relax because these players are coached up so much, especially for that small moment. And they're on, they're putting on. And so we want to just get them to relax and be themselves and just get a feel for the person. We put on tape, we watch film, and we talk through it. But the purpose of that small interaction is just to really get a feel for them.
There, I know you're probably going to answer this question like you always answer the questions with us when we talk about the personnel part of this job and everything. But as you look at your roster where it is right now, where do you want to get the most help? I know you want to balance out the roster, Terry, but if you can just say this place right here, this area, we need, I won't say a major overhaul, but we need some dudes right there to spot.
Well, you always want to prioritize your front,
right? Yeah.
You always want to prioritize up front, and whether you're talking about O-line, D-line, that's always going to be important. Now, how you do that doesn't mean they all have to be top-paid guys, or that doesn't mean they all have to be top draft picks. You want to find the right guy. So we do. We want to be a tough, physical, competitive team, and we want to prioritize the front. And yet you still have to – it's a total picture, man. So we got to make the whole team better. It's a complementary game.
Falcons general manager Terry Fontenot hanging out with us here on the midday show with Andy and Randy for a few more minutes, live from the NFL Combine going on this week. In your experience of using the Combine as a part of the process and evaluation, right? It's not the end, it's not the beginning, it's a part of the process. Do you find that you tend to confirm sort of a positive in a guy, like I like this guy, then you see him at the Combine and it confirms it? Or has it been an experience where sometimes you're not sure and you get there and you're like, actually, you know what? I don't like, that's not someone for us. Is it more confirmation if we want that guy or if we actually don't?
Yeah, it's all a part of it. So if we have, again, our college staff does an excellent job. And so if we have a particular player and all the information they've gotten from the school and from spending time with the player is, hey, he's smart, he has the right makeup, he has all the characteristics, he's what we're looking for, and then we sit down with him for 20 minutes and he's off the charts and it's just another confirmation. Or there could be some things that concern us from that small interaction. So we say, okay, we got to keep digging. We need to spend more time with them. We got to get to the school. We got to get here. Or it could just be more confirmation. So, yes, at every touch point we have, you're either looking for confirmation or you're looking for little hiccups that you need to dig more into.
I don't know if we're going to talk to you before free agency starts in the league and everything, Terry, but are you anticipating that at midnight or whenever that clock strikes, when you're able to start negotiating with your guys or with other friends, do you anticipate you're going to be aggressive early or you're going to maybe wait and see how the market develops?
Well, it's a good question, and it really depends. It really depends. There are going to be some guys that we'll go after, and, again, we're going to have discipline, and we're going to set parameters, and if it's the right deal for us, we'll be definitely willing to do it and get some deals done during that negotiation period. But we don't want to get to a point where we're reaching, and we want to make sure if we need to be patient, we'll be patient. So we'll be aggressive in the right way, and there could be some deals get done throughout that period. If they don't, we'll be patient, and we just got to make sure that we're bringing in guys that have the right makeup. And, again, we have a culture, we have a foundation, and we want to add to the locker room in a positive way.
Terry, while we're talking about evaluation, I would love to hear you evaluate you. This is the third year, right? And obviously it's going to be different with money to spend and all that sort of stuff. But how would you grade or evaluate or summarize your first 2 years as Falcons general manager?
Yeah, and I would say we knew we were going to be tight the first couple years, right. And we knew we had to have a plan, and we knew that at this point in year 3, in this phase, things were going to open up for us. And so we knew we had to have discipline. How to evaluate myself, that's really tough because the type of person I am, as corny as it sounds, is we have a really good staff. And, scouting staff, the administration staff, the coaching staff. We have a really good group. And I think sometimes it gets overblown a little bit, the impact of the general manager, just me being fully transparent, because you better have a great team around you, and you better lean on everyone else. It's not one person in the room making decisions, just isolated decisions. It's a really good group around you, and that's what we have. And so it's hard for me to just point at myself and evaluate myself on some things, because I'm really excited about where we are. I'm excited about the things we've done in the first few years, but that's saying more about our staff and our coaches as opposed to myself.
Terry Fontenot earlier with Andy and Randy. Mike and I were kind of laughing because, Terry would have been like, me? Evaluate me?
All my picks are awesome. At the time, not my fault they get here. They can't play. No, but again, we were just talking about it. It's a sample size of 2 seasons, but it's still a work in progress because, again, so much change in this organization since Ryan left.
No doubt. All right, we got plenty more to get to. We'll react to some of the things Terry had to say. Hawks in action tonight, taking on the Wizards. First game for Quinn Snyder. Mike, what do we got coming up in Guy Talk?
Hey, man, big trade in the NHL. I'm probably the only guy who cares about it, but we'll explain it because it's kind of cool. Also, Joseph Martinez's house was on the market. Sold like that. It's all coming up in Guy Talk next.
Now. and Bell
is the best.
On Sports Radio 92.9, The Game. It's time for fun. It's time for guy talk.
Never mind.
It's time for shenanigans.
You got that right. Hey, man. It is Dukes and Bell, and by the way, we're hitting the bricks Friday. We've been trying to get on the south side, and it's just been a work in progress. Well, we're going to be down there at the Ace Hardware on Old National Highway, Carl, Riverdale. We're going to be there Friday afternoon, 2 to 7. Come by and see your boys.
Yeah, man, it's going to be a lot of fun. I'm looking forward to it. And more importantly, I'm looking forward to seeing all the people that will come out that maybe haven't had a chance to come kick it with us. There will be some surprises along the way, and I cannot wait. So, Southside, here we come.
Get some ground tilling implements.
Not me personally. I don't care. I said that That's a Landry question.
They will have hoes there.
When Trey calls you a hoe, we make lemonade.
They will have hoes. By the way, who doesn't need a new hoe? Seriously. I mean, this is the season.
And
I'm talking about
tilling the soil.
Yes.
Which I'm going to, by the way, going all fescue in the backyard, by the way.
Are you really?
I'm doing it, baby.
Are you going to need a new hoe?
I'm going to need a couple. Hey, man, give a shout-out real quick on the program to Travis, who works for AT&T, who is a sponsor of the other show and the station. But anyway, I was down getting my lunch today at Publix on the south side in Swinging Tyrone. And Travis, I was checking out, talking to the lady at the register. He goes, "You Mike Bell?"
Yeah.
He goes, "Oh, man, I love the show, you and Carl." I go, "Great." I go, "Everybody does, except Trey." And he started laughing. But it was fun.
Trey loves us,
But it was good. Thanks, Travis. Appreciate you listening. All right, and now I'm going to talk NHL, so please don't turn off the radio. I'll make this brief. Huge trade in the NHL. It's been consummated, been taken forever to get consummated, I should say, but they did it. Rangers get Patrick Kane, one of the biggest stars in the NHL. Granted, on the downside in his career, but he can still put the biscuit in the basket. Dude said he'd be traded to only one team, and that was the Broadway Blues. So they had a couple of big pieces. Tarasenko last week from the Blues, and now the Rangers, who had a 4-game losing streak because everybody was worried about getting traded. They get one of the bright stars for many years in the NHL, Patrick Kane, to help give them a boost in their scoring. All the really good teams during the Eastern Conference, Carl, so they need the help.
I just think last year watching NHL hockey, I love it. You may not have any interest. I love it. And the deal for me, Mike, was the Lightning just put so much pressure on you.
Right.
Scoring goals early. And I think the Rangers are going to try to do the same thing. The best defense is better offense, right? Let's be able to score with these guys. So I like the trade. We're a long way away from playoff hockey, but these are the kind of moves that you have to make if you're going to go over the top.
All right, man. A couple of things for you. Starting off with Joseph Martinez. He's down in Miami now. Remember, they found a way to oblige getting him to a place that wouldn't be the worst place for him to play and also get a chance to eat some of that salary. Arthur Blank signed off on the deal. His home in Sandy Springs goes for $2.1 million.
Very nice.
So nice job. Rodney Ho has got, see, it all comes up. Ho's got the article in the AJC. It was a farmhouse.
Rodney's our dude, man. Rodney came out and hung out with us.
7,600 square feet on 1.16 acres. So nice job there. So Joseph got that thing off the market.
Well, listen, is it still a buyer's market, by the way, for all you real estate folks? I know there's a ton of you out there. Is it a hot buyer's market, or is it sellers? What are we doing?
I still think that homes are at a premium, but the interest rates are what's jacking everybody up right now. Unless you're a big baller.
No, that's true.
You come in with cash.
And there's a lot of people who are doing that.
Straight cash, homie.
So anyway, I guess he's going to live on the beach down there?
I would imagine, or just a condo until he decides where he's going to eventually wind up. But it's the worst place you can cool your heels, right, than where he's going to be. Their stadium getting built as we speak. Remember a few months back we had a conversation here in Guy Talk about this Tennessee police officer from a small town southeast of Nashville.
Yeah, she was getting it in with everybody.
She's a dirty girl.
Yes.
Basically, she had sex with everybody in the precinct.
Pretty much.
Or in the force, I should say.
All right. Should we say allegedly, or is that proven?
No, it's been pretty much proven. They fired her for it, and she copped to it.
Nice play on words.
Megan Hall, 26, she's now talking, apparently. She says this, unfortunately, she was groomed to become the dirty girl that she became.
Whoa. What do you mean groomed?
She was sexually groomed in her department. Where Miss Hall, this is her lawyer speaking, where Miss Hall sought role models at a new job, she instead found predators. In place of offering professional development, her supervisors and the chief of police groomed her for sexual exploitation. It was all their fault. They created the freak that she became. Do it in the car. Do it in the squad room. Do it everywhere.
She was looking for what? Leadership?
She was looking for leadership, and she was groomed to be a sexual machine. They colluded in using their authority to systematically disarm her resistance and entrap her in degrading and abusive sexual relationships, even sharing tips on the best ways to manipulate and exploit her.
Okay, so like when you go, how does this look? What about now? I mean, are you playing into this at all?
Well, I mean, she was.
Why is your bra off? I don't know.
The way the story was first reported is her and her husband were in a, quote, open relationship.
That's right.
The husband was down with it, and they're going to freaky Mediki out there.
Yeah, because some of those guys were at the house.
Correct.
Yeah.
So, again, just like we've learned, lawyers will always try to spin things. So they're saying that she had some mental defects that were exploited by the police department there. The young cop admitted she performed sex acts on duty on police property and had a threesome with a cop and a wife.
A wife?
Yes.
Oh, I missed that part of it.
Yeah.
Oh, wife got involved.
Oh, yeah. So it's all getting on, man. Getting up there in Tennessee, man.
And she was groomed for this.
Yes, but it was none of this she did on her own volition. They coerced her into doing all of this. All 18 documented acts, apparently.
So, is she off the force?
Yes.
Okay. I just had to ask.
But granted, she loves some manpower. See where this lawsuit goes against the city. Hey, speaking of trying to segue out of that one.
So she got it, and now she's trying to give it to the city.
Yes, some of the cops got suspended, some got fired. Again, she claims that they encouraged behavior and shared in this bizarre relationship and everything. Unspecified amount she's suing the little police department and approved by the city for lost wages, medical expenses, mental suffering, emotional distress, and reputational harm.
She got fired for cause.
Yeah.
69, I think.
Easy, coach sticker, manager sticker.
I mean, seriously. All right, I guess, Mike. All right, whatever.
So there you go. So good luck with that lawsuit.
She was in the back of a cop car, Mike.
Oh, front seat, too.
The length of it.
A lot of stuff going on.
I mean, are you serious?
Evidence room. Doing it everywhere.
It's still pretty wet.
Please, Skipper. So we'll see where this one goes. Spokesman for Laverne, Tennessee city declined to comment Tuesday, telling the Tennessean that the city does not comment on pending litigation.
Yeah, I bet they don't. All right, I haven't. My issue is, how do you do all of this and then go, I'm suing? How do you do all of that?
I think once you're
and then go, I'm suing.
I mean, this young woman again. It's pretty terrible. But I mean, this was we're talking about it in the New York Post. It's in TMZ. This thing it kind of just went viral. I'll try to segue. So they're in Tennessee. If you keep driving to Tennessee, you'll come to Bristol. Bristol has a NASCAR race, which gets me to my next question. You and SquidBilly do all sorts of stuff together on weekends. And I know that I live 50 miles the other way because I live halfway to Auburn.
This is true.
But, it just seems like you and Squid play golf all the time.
What?
And he never, ever wants to do anything with me when I extend invitations to stuff that back in the day he used to. So basically,
what?
I feel if this is a marriage, you're hogging SquidBilly.
Wait a minute. What are you talking about? What?
Yeah. All right. Well, watch this. I'll put him right on the spot. Okay. So St. Patrick's Day weekend, we'll be doing a showdown. I think we're doing it at Twin Peaks, and we get down to State Farm because it's our 92-9 the game night against the Warriors. But later on that weekend, it's NASCAR at AMS.
Okay.
It's the race. I always get tickets. I always ask Squid, so would you like to go like we used to in the old days to the race together?
Like we used to.
This is like a bad marriage.
Yeah.
And my mom's
I want visitation rights on SquidBilly. Carl is literally like, you're stealing. I don't get any SquidBilly.
I'm not stealing
Now,
him.
the last 2 years, you blamed your wife that you couldn't go. So
Yes.
so what's the excuse this year?
Well, it is her birthday weekend.
Well, this is a Sunday. You would take her out on a Saturday, and you'd meet me down on the south side for the race.
There is plenty of SquidBilly to go around, guys. All right? But
I mean, I don't expect you to drive 50 miles to play golf when you guys can play cobblestone and everything up by you. But I'm just saying, the race used to be something we used to enjoy together.
Oh, my God. Are you hearing this? Are you hearing
I'm going to come in there. Hey,
you don't hang with SquidBilly.
Hey, Whispers, if I come in there and give Mike a big hug on camera,
No.
will it be caught? Because I feel like he needs a hug right now,
No, I'm
Carl.
just saying, you don't hang out with me anymore. You don't go. The racing was our common ground. As much as we used to fight and scream at each other, we could always get together and go drink a few beers and watch a race.
You better go to this race, Beau.
Well,
and then we go to Hooters and there on Terra Boulevard. We run into Southside Steve on the pit road. We used to do all this stuff, and now
What's
it
up,
doesn't
Southside?
happen anymore.
I don't want
used to do.
I don't want to put Mike on blast right here, but Mike, part of the problem, and I'm trying to say this the nicest way possible.
Biscuits are
What, you
piping
don't love
hot.
him anymore?
No, but when we did all that,
Don't want to do it.
when we did all that,
Yes.
I was either single or not married. And you know, it's kind of always on your terms when you want to hang
Would you
out.
like to bring your wife along? Would she enjoy watching the race?
Well, she
I'm
might
sure
if Becky's
AMS
there.
would oblige. Well, again, Becky's never going to go. She's going to play golf. But anyway, so I'm saying, would you like to go to the race?
I would like to go to the race. Let me make sure I can. Let me double check.
That's a no. That's a
Hey, we have some common ground.
No, that's equivocation. And that's
dude,
we'll
we have
see.
common
That's
ground.
no.
I can't help it that they make it on her birthday weekend, and she's very selfish about her birthday weekend, as she should be. She wants that to herself. Let me check. I'll lay some groundwork. I think I can make it happen. I think I can make it happen.
Sounds like
Is
a no.
she one of these individuals, hi Amy, that makes her birthday like a month long?
Not a month, but it's a good solid week.
Okay, fair enough. Yeah, most women do.
Which, by the way, I am really, now I'm going to put my business out here. I'm not going to tell you when my birthday is.
Yeah.
But we're doing, because this is my 40th.
Okay.
So she's kind of went out and spent some money already. I know we're doing a trip.
Okay.
So I am going to have to make sure I reciprocate.
Okay.
So she feels like there's been reciprocation.
Why you got to use that word?
So, but I'd love to go because I want to, because to be quite honest with you, Michael, I have not been in the new track. And I really want to go to the way the track's set up now. So I really do want to go. So I want to say yes. I just got to double check.
This is how we mend fences on this show.
I just, you get SquidBilly all the time. I get no visitation rights on SquidBilly, and it's getting
I've not even been with him.
That's what I see.
Hey, Turtle, they ain't fighting over hanging out with you. It's all about Squid.
Stop it.
As Carl said earlier, I got the 6-deep rotation right now. I'm a little preoccupied.
This is true.
Big man's making, he's making moves. Hey, there's your guy talk brought to you by Dukesville. Hey, man, Ale, grab it today.
All right, guys, coming up, we'll talk about the plan. We heard from the general manager today, and also, he gone.
Sports Radio 92. It's 5 o'clock. It's 5 o'clock on the most listened to sports talk show for your ride home.
What?
It's time for the Falcons Report.
Cuts it. Caught. Touchdown Atlanta in the end zone. Caught. Touchdown. You shall not pass.
The 5 o'clock Falcons Report.
Oh, my heavens.
The 5 o'clock Falcons Report is brought to you by Jack Daniels. Make it count. Jack Daniels, please drink responsibly. And sponsored by MD Anderson Cancer Center on Dukes and Bell.
We are Dukes and Bell. We start off every day and every hour by saying, hey, man. Glad to have you listening on a Tuesday. It's a beautiful day in the A. Hawks back in action tonight. We're going to talk about it coming up in 15 minutes. Trey's averaging 2.2 made three-pointers a game. He's giving you 27 points. Mike, he's shooting 32.6% from beyond the arc. I'd love to see that number come up. This run, this 20 games, to maybe 35, 36%.
Maybe with Snyder, he gets more 3-point. Maybe the things we thought we were going to get from the jump with him and DeJounte comes.
Yeah, DeJounte's averaging 21 a game, 5 rebounds, 6 rebounds, really, 6 assists. I'd like to see us continue to win. The Wizards are a very winnable game. We're going to talk about it coming up in 15 minutes. Mike, let's talk about what the plan is. Let me ask you this. What is your plan?
My plan?
For the Falcons. What's your plan?
If I can't find a trade partner to move up to get the Jalen Carter or the Will Anderson, which, again, that's really not likely, then I'm going to take the best edge rusher available. Because edge rusher is the immediate need. Unless, now again, a lot of this is predicated on what happens in free agency. So that's, you have the caveat being, hey, we may find an impact edge rusher that, it's getting, not a lot of edge rushers are considered elite, but maybe you find a guy who fits. But if you don't, then it's either defensive tackle or it's edge rush for me. Because D tackle, we talked about the depth and the rotation teams like the Eagles have used and the Giants have used, and we've never had that ability. Then you can make Ebiketie better. You could argue all those other guys, D'Angelo Malone, come around. But with all due respect to those guys, maybe there's something better in this year's draft than that 8th pick. So I got to go edge rush. Okay. Edge rush is number one.
All right, so that's your plan for the draft. What's your plan for free agency? Give me your target position.
I'm going to go D tackle. I'll hold my nose, but I'll give McGarry an extension. But it's got to be
okay. I told you, $50 million, $40 million.
I'm not going to be happy doing that. I'm going to try to find another.
It's not $80 million.
I guess I'm going to keep it Rashaan Evans. I got to sign him, right?
Yeah, I think they are. I think they should, by the way.
I'm still not sold on re-signing Lorenzo Carter unless it's a team-friendly deal because I just don't think he gets enough sacks.
Okay.
And maybe again that will get better when you get somebody in the middle next to Grady.
All right.
But then I would imagine. Or I'm going to dedicate offensive tackle by trading back in the first round, or just going offensive tackle in the second round. But I've got to get some depth for the O-line too.
All right, first things first, and that is how do we spend this money? If you're just joining us for the first time today, welcome. It's Dukes and Bell. It's Sports Radio 92.9 The Game, Atlanta's #1 sports station. It's #1 sports show. Marcus Mariota let go today. It helps us with the cap, guys. We get more money to spend. We're saving $12 million. As one of our listeners said on Twitter, Ty Gray, Dukes, he wasn't that good. No, he wasn't. But, guys, I think it was the way that it ended that made this decision very easy. If Marcus had played the game and said, hey, I'm here to support Desmond Ridder, well, whatever the team needs, instead he wanted to take his ball and go home, Mike, it became a very easy decision for the Falcons.
And I got to be honest, I think you hurt his brand in the end. I think the league knows what happened around here. I think he could have come and maybe renegotiate, take a little bit off and make a little bit less, but still be a sturdy backup that doesn't break the bank, which I think is what we all wanted. Didn't happen. Mariota was exactly what I said, Carl. You and I went around about it. I just thought the ceiling was low. He's so inconsistent, and basically everything we got in those games he played was everything you'd seen before in his career in Tennessee.
No,
it's just what he is.
Listen, it wasn't Nostraducus this time. You were right on. I wanted to give him the benefit of the doubt because, Mike, I kept saying, is he going to get better? And then we got to week 6, and then week 8, and then we get to week 10, and nothing had changed as far as when you looked at the numbers, they didn't trust him. They didn't allow Marcus Mariota to throw 40 times a game. That wasn't how this team was built. And then when we were limited offensively because of that, and then the Pitts injury, and again, that's not his fault, but the fact is, if you are a great quarterback, you elevate guys. You make guys around you better. Everybody talking about, Olamide Zaccheaus and how they're working out and all this stuff. He didn't elevate Olamide Zaccheaus.
No. The only thing about him is the inconsistency. There's times where things would maybe break down in the backfield, and when he would scramble, he could be really effective. He could put the ball on the button. But when he had time to throw, quizzically, he would overthrow Drake London. You need a step ladder to get to some of those things. Him and Pitts never got on any kind of solid connection before Pitts got injured, and he never got a connection with Drake.
First thing is free agency. How do we spend this money? Spend it wisely. That's why I asked Mike, what's your position target. The stuff that Mike and I are talking about right now is the same things the Falcons are talking about. These are the conversations Terry Fontenot is having with his entire staff, the scouting staff, the head coach, and Arthur Smith. These same decisions. Okay, well, what's our target? What are we trying to do here? Because what gets us better the fastest way possible? Here's what Terry Fontenot said about Ryan Nielsen. He's our new defensive coordinator as to him being a part of the decision-making process.
Yeah, it's really fun. And Nielsen, when I think about a guy like him, I think about what we have in our culture and our types of coaches, and it's all about development and competitiveness. We always talk about our culture, development and competitiveness, and that's who Ryan Nielsen is. He's the same things that we preach, the same things that we've been talking about for the last 2 years. Those are the things he's all about. And you'll see him on the practice field. That's his favorite part. He loves to get out there and work the guys, and he loves for the guys to go out and compete. And it doesn't matter how you got there. It doesn't matter if you're a top draft pick, high-paid free agent, or if you're an undrafted guy. It doesn't matter how you got there. If you're willing to come in and put in the work every day, then you're going to have an opportunity. And so love Ryan. He's what we're all about. And we're going to definitely have a lot of competition. We're going to definitely develop players here.
You trust Terry Fontenot?
Yeah. I mean, two years of drafts. Dahlman is a mid-round pick who's a starter at center. We've already talked about Richie Grant, which I still think I see. How much of Richie Grant do you say he'd be so much better if we actually had a pass rush?
Yes.
And you put any safety in his second year in the NFL without a pass rush, he's going to look like Richie Grant. I think the athleticism, the ball hawking thing, you see spurts of it, but you don't see it consistently. So, and of course, Pitts was a Pro Bowler, then got hurt. Drake London looks to be the fit. I know it wasn't a popular decision on draft night at Mercedes-Benz, but you see the skills. And then there was a run on wide receiver. You had to get one at some point.
I think we have to trust him until we can't. We won't know that for a while. I think we have to, Mike. I'm with you. Listen, I've had people ask me, well, how do you trust him? Look what he's done. And I'm like, look what he's done. He inherited crap.
Right.
He inherited a complete crap show. I mean, we all forget when he got the job, the whole Matt Ryan situation was playing out. The Julio situation was playing out. Behind closed doors, the Calvin Ridley situation was playing out.
Right.
We didn't know all of that until it actually hit the fan. So he inherits a crap situation. And, oh, by the way, the bosses say, and we don't have any money for you to go make this team better.
Julio.
Thank you. So we have to chill. We got to go and take our beatings and our lumps until you can try to fix this. This is the first year that he can actually try to fix this. Not last year. That was a gap year. Mike said it. Oh, well, who's going to play quarterback? Let's just go get Marcus Mariota. This is the first year. I'm going to wait and reserve judgment. I think we have to trust him. To all the folks out there who say, well, what is this general manager and what's he doing and what has he done? He hadn't been able to do a whole lot. Now this door opens up, Mike, and over the next couple of seasons, through the moves he'll make in the offseason, his drafts, we're going to see how much better this team gets. Do we all agree that Arthur Smith can coach? Then let us get some better players.
Right. I know that this one is certainly going to be whatever you said, and we just discussed what you think Terry Fontenot has done. This is going to be the year that I think not just because it's free agency and it's the draft.
Both.
That really does sort of become, this is the one we're going to say, we nailed it, we reset the franchise, or boy, did we screw this thing up. Or, like most things Atlanta, it's going to be middle of the road and we can debate it and argue about it for 20 years. But no, I think with fans, you look at the names. We've already talked about Deron Payne was one that Beau Morgan, our producer, put out there. Yeah, okay, there's other defensive tackles. Hargrave, 30, in his prime, rock star, but is going to be a fortune. The thing is, as soon as we start doing some of these big-ticket items, and there's no Groupon in free agency, Carl, everybody is overvalued. That's why McGarry is worth so much, despite what we think are his limitations.
Coming up, what did Landry Fields say about Quinn Snyder? That's our general manager for the Atlanta Hawks. And then what did Quinn Snyder say about Trae Young? Stay right there.
The Strong Arm Story of the Day is brought to you by John Foyd Associates Personal Injury Law.
There's been no bigger story in our city over the last week and a half than the Atlanta Hawks. They move on from Nate McMillan. They hire Quinn Snyder. Coach Quinn came on our show yesterday. Full interviews online at Odyssey.com. And a couple of things that stood out to Mike and I along the way was the way that he described what he wants to build with Trae Young. Landry Fields, the general manager, also spoke about the partnership with the head coach and what he wants that to be. Tonight, Hawks-Wizards. Let's hear Landry Fields about this partnership that they want to build.
Everything that we've spoken about from a front office, the vision of being a championship caliber franchise, the values of character and unity and placing a strong emphasis on development, that doesn't just happen overnight. It starts with the group that's in there right now, but for us, it's all about looking for partners that can help us get us to where we need to go and do it in a way that's authentic and true to Atlanta when it comes down to it.
Development. We've heard a lot about that over the last few weeks, Mike. Development. And again, don't know what the development situation was with Nate, if there was any, don't know. But they're saying, and I do believe this to be true, that Quinn has done this with other guys around the league, and certainly with the Utah teams he coached for over the last 6 years, where guys progressively got better. Mike, I'm a big believer, because I've talked to other stars in this league, that, in the offseason, it's really up to you.
Right.
Like, if I got to get my left hand better, I got to get in the gym and get my left hand better. Like, I don't know if there's a coach that's going to be like, hey, get your left hand better. And he's like, all right, you just do what you need to do to get better. But if you're going to tell me that Quinn Snyder is going to set the course for some guys to continue to develop and be better so that our team can be better, I'm all for it. But I'm also a believer that a lot of these stars, I know Kobe was in the gym. I know Mike was in the gym. Like, Tim Duncan, I saw him in the gym. It's not that hard when you say, I need to get better at these things.
Now, guys always say, can't you coach him up? You don't have time in the NBA. You just don't. People talk about it. That's why if somebody comes out straight from college, like a Trae Young coming out of Oklahoma or whoever it is, you've got to hope that they're going to mature quickly. And that's why some people say it takes 5 or 6 years for these guys to finally hit their stride, because you don't have a chance. And, you're sitting there you're going to go white shadow work and, all right, everybody, we're going to run suicides. No, you're not teaching the chest pass, okay? These guys have got to develop on the fly. I mean, Ant-Man's a perfect example. Anthony Edwards took a couple years to develop. John Morant developed more quickly, maybe because a lot of his game is above the rim. But to your point, the good news is, if they were, and we think they were, tuning out Nate and the message was flat, now you got a guy that's going to be a breath of fresh air. And combined to what they just did these last 2 games with an interim head coach, literally looked like a different squad. Now, the last 2 games before the All-Star break look like the Monstars had taken all their skills. So I think they're going to be so buoyed by Snyder and just a new, fresh voice. Even if it's going to be a little limited, Carl, these first few games. They're going to love it.
I totally agree. Our coverage, by the way, begins at 7 o'clock. Tips at 7:30 tonight. Steve Holman with the call. Bang! And our man Mike Conti with the pre-half and post for you starting at 7. Let's hear Quinn Snyder talking about building the program here. Guys, when they use this term, I mean, it sounds very collegiate, but you are. Whatever these elite teams are in the NBA, there is a culture and a program. And when guys come into that room or that locker room, it's the same thing, Mike. It's very collegiate when you say this, but I do think he's on to something talking about what he wants to build.
You go down the list of certain things that I think, are part of building a program. I say program, it's kind of excellence over a period of time. And that doesn't mean that we're waiting to be competitive. This year is paramount to that, because I think it's an opportunity. Anytime you're involved in an intense situation, whether it's success, failure, scrutiny, you can learn about one another, and you have a chance to grow.
So that's what he's trying to do, and it's not going to happen. I don't know how quickly it happens over the next 20 games. Here's what I do know, Mike. Wizards, Trailblazers, Heat, Wizards. Right. That's your next 5. Now, you're on the road from Miami for the weekend, but that's your next 5 games. All of those games are very winnable with where we're at right now.
The Heat had lost 4 in a row. They actually just won a game against, the Sixers? And we'll see if they can, take out the Heat. You said it. Now, the problem is, that this is human nature. And you give me through. Imagine you tell me, Carl, you and Mike are going down to Miami. You're going to work Friday and you're going to work Monday. How's that going to work out? We're going to screw around.
Well, you know what we're getting into.
Yeah, you're going to get a lot less productive show the second day. So let's see if they can turn that around. And also, the other thing we said and maybe nobody wants to say it and sound like they're Billy Badass when you come in. Hey, there's a new sheriff in town. His name's Quinn Snyder. But Snyder, I think, is going to have a lot of input with Landry Fields and with Kyle Korver. So if you want to maintain your position with this organization, you're going to hustle. You're going to play well, or you might not be a Hawk next year. Now, maybe for John Collins, one way or the other, it's better just get the hell out of here and do something else. Or maybe Quinn Snyder finally finds the balance between him and Capella, and they can make more plays for this dude, and he becomes a guy who's worth $25 million.
Quinn Snyder was also talking about buying in and getting to his star player. How soon does that happen? I'm sorry, Chris, but how soon does that happen? Again, I think they've already had conversations about what they both want to get accomplished. That starts tonight against the Wizards. Here's Quinn Snyder.
If you think a player needs to do something to get better and he doesn't think it, they're not going to embrace it the way that you want them to, and it's not going to happen. So I think that process of really explaining why is important. In Donovan's case, like Trey, I mean, they're gifted players, and I think understanding why really is foundational as far as getting someone to buy into what it's not what you're doing, it's what you're doing together.
It's not what you're doing, it's what you're doing together. It is a collaboration. There's no doubt. And if there's not a collaboration, Mike, then your team's not going to be moving in the direction it needs.
Teamwork makes the dream work. I mean, I'm excited to see. It is kind of neat. And we said this at the handoff talking to Andy Rende earlier today. When we got off the air last night, John Chuckery, who, of course, your night times, he was kind of fixated on the fact that the Hawks spent so much money on this head coach, which is something which we really didn't spend time on. But I think you and I were both of the opinion, whatever you think of what this group is, Landry Fields with input from Nick Ressler and his guys, and Tony Ressler was the dude who eventually signed off on it. We never knew how much Nate was making, not to get in his pocket, but based on NBA salaries, we figured it was around $4 million, maybe a little bit more. So you could argue you doubled Nate's salary, but you went with a guy who was going to get $8 million or more in the offseason. Anybody that was looking for a coach, everybody else, you talked about those great assistants that worked under Bud. This was a guy who's a proven commodity. So I do think it's pretty cool if you're looking to get a splashy hire. You did. If you're trying to reinvigorate the franchise for this 21-game run and you're willing to spend $40 million, we never spent time on the coin, but I think he doesn't get us into the luxury tax, at least not yet, but that's a nice commitment from Ressler.
I agree. And I'm not as caught up in how much Quinn Snyder is getting. I get the gist about championship coaches making this kind of money. But, again, this is what you're talking about with your friends? I don't, Mike. I got to be honest. Like, none of my friends called me in the last 48 hours and went, oh, my God, Quinn is making how much? Dude, he's a veteran coach. He's been around the league. The resume speaks for itself. You said it. Beat the competition. If this is what it costs to beat the competition, if it costs you an extra $1.5 million on the books to beat the competition per year, then you do it. But, yeah, I'm not fixated on that. I'm more fixated on the things that he said and how he's going to fix the issues. And if he can't, Tony Ressler will be finding another guy for 3 or 4 years. That's just where we are.
And I know that guys that have won NBA championships are making north of $8 million and more, up to $10 million. But this is a guy that, every year the cost of doing anything goes up, including hiring a new head coach. So you got a guy whose rep is solid. You talk more, and I think it's a lot of people think about the offense, how well they did defensively. And yes, Rudy Gobert is a unique kind of athlete that they had in Utah. But I still think this can be really good. And if nothing else, you're going to get a no BS assessment of what you have and what you don't have here, right?
Yeah, totally are. It's Dukes and Bell. Follow us, guys. He's Mike Bell, ATL. I'm at Put 'em Up. See Dukes. This radio show is Dukes and Bell 929. Follow the radio station at 929 The Game. We are going to be at Ace Hardware, Old National Highway, South Side, South Fulton, guys, on Friday. Looking forward to seeing you guys out there. South Side, we're coming down your way. We are always making our way around the city. As we said today, we will not call anybody any names on this show.
Not me personally. I don't care. I said that That's a Landry question.
Maybe we'll get some coverage out of this from Rodney Ho. I don't know, but we will be down there on the South Side. Looking forward to it. It's going to be a lot of fun. We've been trying to get down there. These are the circumstances. And, oh, by the way, as one of our listeners said, or get a grill.
Oh, yeah.
For Dukes and Bell tailgate at home. They sell those at Ace.
Yeah.
SquidBilly, by the way.
Matter of fact, I got to check out. You know what? You got me on this damn buying all the grills, Beau.
Bring your pickup truck, Joe.
Yeah, bring your trucks.
And come on down. SquidBilly will be giving some grilling demonstrations, we believe.
Is buying grills a Squid and Carl only vehicle?
Yes,
Mike not allowed?
He's got more grills than I do now. I think.
Again, this just like you're right. Just like the golf, I don't get invited. So
Wait a minute.
I'll be talking about hose in the gardening section with the listeners.
Turtle, see you trying to start stuff. Beau.
You know what? Y'all are all invited to come out to one of our courses. They can both play golf with us this weekend. Mike can pick Turtle up on the way so he doesn't ride his bicycle. He can play Saturday.
We used to go to NASCAR race together. Now he never wants to go.
Coming up, we're going to talk to Grant McCauley. Hey, Ian Anderson didn't look good today. We're going to ask Grant what's going on. It's Dukes and Bell.
Now, your game.
Hello. It's Dukes and Bell.
Get your mind tuned in. Let's go be world champions.
On Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
In the air, right field, hit well, and this one is up and out.
It's time for Around the Yard with your 2021 World Series champion Atlanta Braves. On Dukes and Bell, Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
Oh, let's talk to Grant McCauley about what happened today with our Braves. They lose 10-7 to the Twins. Again, these are spring training games, but you're working on things. And Grant, I want to start with what is Ian Anderson working on? What was the issue today? His stat line did not necessarily look great. 4 earned runs. He gave up 3 walks, 1 1/3 innings pitched. What's going on with Ian today?
Well, I think as much as anything, and as much as you want to say, hey, spring training numbers, kind of put him to the side. How'd the guy feel? Is he healthy? And what's he working on for that next start? When you go back to Ian Anderson, he's been working on things for a while. Last year was a season that very much did not go the way he wanted to. So when he went home in the offseason, it was about getting healthy because he had no oblique injury at the end of the year, but he also added a slider to his pitch mix. And that, I think, to answer the question is what is Ian Anderson working on? That's the pitch that he feels is going to give him that extra dimension in his arsenal. It did not really translate as far as the results in the first game. He gave up 4 runs, a leadoff home run, got a couple of outs, then walked 2 batters, then gave up a 3-run homer, then ended up getting himself pulled out of the first inning. But in spring training, you can go back out in the second. So he did that, got a couple more guys out, issued another walk. So the command just wasn't there. And I think that if there's anything that will really start to help Ian Anderson unlock his potential to be back to what he was in 2020 and in 2021, it's going to be fastball command, getting ahead of hitters, and then being able to use his very effective changeup and mix in 2 breaking balls, the curveball that he's thrown at times and the slider that he's offering that he told me is going to be helpful because it breaks a different direction from his changeup and could help him with right-handed batters especially.
Grant, just for the listeners, I know most of the guys know about this stuff, but they work on things in spring training, right? It's not like guys are sitting there like, I'm going to pretend this is July in a pennant race. I mean, they're working on new pitches. We've talked to Anderson, for instance, with the slider. So there are some things you see, but we did see a fantastic outing from Max Fried and Strider over the weekend.
Yeah, we did, and I think that you always feel good when your top pitchers are out there doing the things that you're accustomed to seeing them do. Max Fried struck out 4 over 2 scoreless innings. Spencer Strider with a couple of strikeouts in his 2 scoreless innings. And in that game, we also saw what looks to be very much, 80% of the Braves' opening day lineup, and that was a good game. This is one of those where not only are they working on things, but you also don't get quite the same lineup when you go on the road. Nobody really likes to travel altogether that much, even if you only have to go about an hour. But, yeah, the results in spring training, it's kind of a mixed bag. I mean, yeah, everybody from a point of pride would like to go out there and throw scoreless innings and pick up a couple of base hits and do the things you're accustomed to doing. But this is very much a work in progress, and if I may be allowed, at least for the first week or so, to say it is still early in spring training, and, you'll give guys time to work through a few things.
So Vaughn Grissom today, right? 3 at-bats, 3 hits, 2 RBI. I don't want to get ahead of myself to your point about spring training, but do you feel like he looks the part? Is he getting the work in that he needs? And where would you assess him right now, again, early in spring training?
Yeah, really, the work that he put in over the course of the winter, when I got to, see Vaughn working down in spring training this past week and hear from him, he really hasn't stopped since the season was over last year. So I think he was just itching to get into these games, and now we're seeing exactly why. He's gone out there. He's made all the plays thus far. I think he's looked pretty comfortable at shortstop, and he's picking up a good bunch of base hits, 3 more today, a double, knocked in a run, a couple of singles. And I've never really felt like he didn't give away a lot of at-bats last year. Even when he was slumping, he still would work counts. He just wasn't getting that final result that he wants to. And I think that's something that's kind of an underrated part of his game. But as far as his focus in spring training and all that work and everything that he did over the course of the winter, it's just about proving himself, kind of passing the eye test in spring training that, hey, this kid looks like he's up to the job. He is making the plays. We believe in the bat, and we're going to give him that opportunity. And thus far, the early results are very promising.
It is our man, Grant McCauley, talking about the Bravos. And again, we'll wait and see how this lack of Dansby is going to translate. I know I asked you last week about Vaughn Grissom. How's Vaughn Grissom look?
Yeah, I mean, Vaughn, I think, looks fine. And I think one of the things that he's able to benefit from is the fact that, he's not a guy that has to be the centerpiece of this show. He's not a long tenured member of this team that's counted on to come in, and if he doesn't produce, then, what are you going to do without him? So I feel like that's kind of something that works in his advantage as well. He's just able to be a piece of this club rather than the centerpiece of this club.
We're talking with Grant McCauley, guys. We do it a couple of times a week now. We'll do it every day for the most part once the season gets rolling. Grant, what are guys saying about the new rules and all that's happening? What's been the biggest conversation? Is it the bases? Is it the pitch clock? What are guys saying about these adjustments they're having to make? Like, what's the one thing that you're hearing?
It's got to be pitch clock, number one. And I think that we had that crazy game, the Braves' very first game you come out, and it's like that crazy hypothetical of, well, what are they going to do with 2 outs in the ninth inning in a tie game with the bases loaded? And are they going to let this thing decide a game? Well, apparently they are, at least in spring training. I hope to never see that in the regular season. But that adjustment, I think, for both sides, for the pitchers for their pace, and for the batters, I guess, for their awareness of what's going on, that's the big thing that I think everybody's just trying to get really keyed in on. The bases, Vaughn Grissom actually said that he was among the first players that played with the larger bases when he was in the Gulf Coast League a couple of years ago. He said it was actually weird to go back to small bases after playing with the bigger bases, but you don't really notice it after a few weeks. So I expect that to be a little less of a talking point. I mean, there'll probably be plays where we'll see that there's, baseball being the game of inches. Well, the bigger base helped there. It helped him beat that throw to second base. It helped this guy have a little bit more of a target, I guess, if you're the pitcher covering first, to get to the bag right before the hitter. There'll be some bang-bang plays, I think, that'll be affected by that. But for the most part, that should pretty much look and feel like baseball. It's just going to take a little while to get used to this new pace of play, which I'm not opposed to, but I would like to, see some common sense and I guess maybe some continued evolution of this as we find out some things that maybe don't work quite as smoothly as perhaps we'd all like to see.
Grant McCauley is with us as we're talking about these new rules. I mean, we saw it, I guess, was over the weekend against the Red Sox, Grant, when somebody didn't get engaged with the pitcher quickly enough.
Yeah.
I know that Max Scherzer made the comments over the weekend saying that it's going to be advantage pitching in this. What do you think so far? How the pitch clock is going to affect things to start?
I don't know that it's really going to affect the hitters altogether that much. I mean, I know that the Cal Conley play against Boston was something that we all looked at. I mean, I tweeted it out. That's a brutal finish for a game to be decided that way. And you're looking at it, and I watched the replay a few times. You got the catcher standing up back there. I mean, Conley's already looked at the pitcher, and then you look down, then he looks back up, and the umpire calls an automatic strike. And I'm just like, what are we doing here? Is kind of my question. But I don't think it gives real advantage to the pitcher. I think as much as anything, they have to adjust to the little nuances and things that they're used to being able to do when they weren't governed at all by a clock. And I asked Matt Olson about a lot of these rules changes, and the pitch clock in particular, and he said as a hitter, I don't know that it really affects me or really any of us that much, because it's not like I'd step out a whole bunch and take a stroll around. I mean, if you foul the ball off your foot, clearly the umpire is not going to start a 15-second pitch clock to make you jump back in there. I mean, you'll be able to call time. Those are kind of the little things. I mean, a bug flies in somebody's eye. I mean, we play outdoors in the summer. Stuff's going to happen. So I think that those are the kind of things that we'll just have to kind of see it. And as Brian Sticker was saying time and time again, we're going to have to live this to really start to understand all the applications of this. But I'm glad we're doing it in spring training and not being thrown into this in a regular season situation without any time to adjust.
Grant, the bobblehead dates came out. Are you excited about that Outcast bobblehead? What's your favorite bobblehead?
You may already know. Twitter might have provided a small spoiler. That Outcast bobblehead, that's going to be sought after. I can't wait to add that one to my collection. But there's a 1993 Press Box Fire Ron Gant bobblehead that, as the kid growing up watching the Braves, I mean, I remember that game and that day, the Fred McGriff game, as vividly as anything I remember of being a young Braves fan. It's just one of those moments that you don't forget. So the Ron Gant standing in front of the Press Box Fire, I'm excited about that one. Fired up, if you will. Pardon the pun.
I saw your tweet this morning about it. I said, Grant, the only way that thing's any better is if it doubles as a cigarette lighter.
If you could make it a cigarette lighter or maybe an ashtray, I don't know, right. The whole ballpark, or I don't know, but it's pretty great looking, I'll say that. And the Braves, they've sent out another huge lineup of bobbleheads. We're going to run out of shelf space for all this stuff.
It's always fun, man, to look back and see all the great bobbleheads that have come and gone. This is going to be a great lineup. We were talking about it earlier. That's what we're asking, Grant. If you don't know, it's out there if you want to go check out the Braves dates and whatnot. But those are going to be hot items. Hey, man, we appreciate you jumping on, as always. Again, Braves lose today, but they're working on things in spring training, and we're more concerned with the player development and how guys look and what this team's going to look like. We're still trying to figure it out. Grant, thanks so much. We'll talk to you in a few days, man.
You got it, guys. Can't wait.
All right, that's Grant McCauley. Follow him, by the way, and he's on the weekends as well. Hey, we're going to talk some Combine, Mike, coming up at 6:20. We have a guy that is on the scene, and he has been covering the Combine for a long time. And one of the things is these workouts start, you're going to hear some names pop. We'll go over some of this stuff because Chuck Smith was talking with us earlier about some of the names.
Yeah, there's a couple of dudes, and we'll see, because I want the best edge rusher, but is the best edge rusher going to be worth selecting at 8? Other than maybe Will Anderson. We'll find out.
All right, that's on the way in the 6 o'clock hour. It's Dukes and Bell.
Brought to you by Window Nation. Buy 2 windows, get 2 free. Visit windownation.com.
I always get tickets. I always ask Squid, so would you like to go, like we used to in the old days, to the race together?
Like we used to.
This is like a bad marriage.
Yeah.
And my mom's
I
like,
want visitation rights on SquidBilly. Carl is literally like, you're stealing. I don't get any SquidBilly.
I'm not stealing
Now,
him.
the last 2 years, you blamed your wife that you couldn't go. So
Yes.
what's the excuse this year?
Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
What's the excuse this year? It's Dukes and Bell. That was earlier today in Guy Talk when Mike asked Squid to go to the track with him.
Yeah, I mean, just the race is coming up. Before you know it, St. Patrick's Day weekend will be here, and there's 400 miles, by the way, which will make the race even more exciting.
It will.
And, just for those who don't follow the show, Squid lives closer to Carl, and they're always in cahoots on the weekend, and I'm never invited. And, I got to be honest, I'm left out a little bit. So I figured, No, it's all right. No, it's good. I mean, look, it was a choice. I could have moved up in your neighborhood. I just want to deal with the traffic. I'm halfway to Auburn, so.
What do you mean, what traffic? I don't have any traffic.
No, but the wife, she had to get to the airport, for work. That was, me. I lived up there. I lived at the house in Roswell in East Cobb. I actually lived at a house like 2 miles from yours. That would have freaked you out if I was that close to you.
Well, no, I think I saw your car on my cameras one day. So, to be quite honest.
It's all you need is me showing up at your door for a cup of sugar.
But with that said, there's nobody in cahoots. Beau, will you answer this, please, so we can at least get some resolution, or you got to ask Amy?
I'm gonna try to go. I'm gonna ask Amy, see what she wants to do for her birthday weekend. But look, that comes first because quite honestly, that's who I share a bed with. But for the record, Carl.
Yes.
When was the last time we hung out outside?
Oh, it's been
of
a minute.
the show?
It's been a minute.
Probably before football season.
No, I agree. Yeah, it's been a minute.
Golf.
Now we have planned some stuff, but it just hasn't happened.
Yeah. Right.
It hasn't happened,
Carl
Mike.
stood me up the other weekend, Mike. He literally ghosted me.
Thank you.
Ghosted me. We were supposed to play golf on Monday of the holiday. He
That's
ghosted
right.
me.
Yeah, see, I forgot all about that.
Play golf on myself.
So, Mike, it's not that we're in cahoots. All right, we got to get resolution on this. This will be tension on the show until we get an answer from Beau. Meanwhile, Hawks tonight against the Wizards. Our coverage begins at 7 o'clock, guys. Tips at 7:30, and we're going to talk. We're going to talk to one of our Combine guys coming up here in about 15 minutes. From the Believe Network, Joe DeLeon, and he is a guy that is all over the Combine as far as players, what guys look like and what they're going to look like. All of this stuff matters because as we start to look at who we may draft, some of these guys may kill the Combine, meaning they're Combine darlings. Mike, I just want to get the best players. Just because you crush the Combine and you put 225 up, we had Chuck Smith on earlier today, and he was talking about some of these guys. Just because you crush it at the Combine doesn't mean you're going to have a 15-year NFL career and be an all-pro.
No.
No,
I mean, we've talked so much about the difference between the college and the pro game. I mean, first off, you got to have the right fit. And then, you go back, you and I mentioned yesterday for guys who missed the show. 2015, we're excited about Vic Beasley. He had all the numbers. He had some odd 40 career sacks at Clemson. He looked the part, and it was a definite need. And where did we pick that year, Beau? We picked 7th, I think, because it was the same draft that Todd Gurley went. And obviously a lot of fans were, of course, the fans always want the offense. They were interested in Todd Gurley, which really wasn't a need back then because we had Devontae Freeman and later on Tevin Coleman. Can we talk? But anyway, in this case, it didn't pan out. Now, you could argue Beasley did get you to a Super Bowl, but it was 8. We were selected 8. Gurley was there in that draft.
Oh, that's right.
But it's just sometimes even when you get it right and you draft for need and the need, it wasn't like it was a reach or a stretch. Sometimes guys draft for need and it's a stretch. That wasn't the case with Beasley.
Yeah, there are.
It was the case with Jamal Anderson. The other Jamal Anderson, that was, I think, Rich McKay's last draft. And he was a guy that was a late bloomer and had just got into football. And you're like, oh, boy. From Arkansas, and it was a disaster.
Top 3 defensive ends, Myles Murphy, Tyree Wilson, Van Ness, the kid out of Iowa. Yeah. These are guys that you're going to hear.
That's the guy Jeremiah likes, by the way.
He does. But here's the deal. All these guys, I hate to say it, are going to be there at 8. Who's the best guy? Because I don't think, again, there's a run on defensive ends in this draft. I think we're going to see four quarterbacks in the top 20. That's what I believe. And
maybe more.
If that happens, you're going to see all of these guys that we're talking about potentially available. I do not think Will Anderson will be there, but I do think guys like Will McDonald from Iowa State and Andre Carter from Army, he can play, are going to be there. And so, I mean, when you say that, Mike, Army, it's like we're talking about the kid from Georgia Tech. Give him the benefit of the doubt, guys. That just because you didn't watch the games doesn't mean that the kid can't play or he doesn't have a pro skill set that's going to translate to the NFL. We're going to talk more about the Combine. Mike, let's talk about the Hawks here real quick. Expectations for tonight. I don't think they'll be doing a lot of things differently. When you say, all right, I'm going to watch tonight and I want to see what sets they run or, what they're doing differently under Quinn Snyder. Mike, I don't think they've had that kind of time. Let's just tighten up maybe what we're doing right now.
I mean, you saw that Carl says new NRE, new relationship energy. I love that acronym. But that was something we saw just in the first two games with Prunty as the assistant, the interim head coach, I should say, where it just seemed like things were fresh. And I think, the Nate thing, it had its own energy drag, if you will, right?
Yeah.
It was like a succubus, sucking all the joy out of everything. And it looks like Trey and these guys are playing with some joy. Now, granted, typical Hawks nearly blew a 20-point lead the other night before Trey hit that amazing shot. But I would think in front of a new coach and everything else we just talked about, this should be something special. It would be nice if Trey had been there for the introductory press conference, but I'm not going down that road. But it will certainly be interesting to see how just excited the players are and if they do get the springboard you're talking about.
Yeah, and I hope we give, Quinn some love tonight. I'm talking about the folks that are going to the game. He's excited to be here. And I think, here's the deal. Mike, when you've made a lot of money and you don't have to work, which is where Quinn was, and you're on the sidelines and you're like, I can pick my job, he could have waited. He said, thanks for the offer. I'm just going to wait and see what else is out there at the end of the season. He felt like this is the right place. So he wants to be here. When you take a job under these circumstances, and I hope we give him some love tonight and as we continue to build this thing. It's Dukes and Bell at Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. Find us on social media. He's Mike Bell, ATL. I mean, put him up. See Dukes, the radio show. Dukes and Bell, 929. Follow the radio station at 929 The Game. Stay up on everything that's going on, guys. While we're talking about the Hawks, can we hear Charles Barkley talk about load management? It's a discussion we've talked about. Now, this is not specifically about the Hawks, but we didn't play this earlier. We wanted to play it for you. I think this was on with Stephen A. Is that correct? He was on, I think, First Take. But he was asked about load management. His opinion, by the way, has not changed. The only reason we're talking about this or bringing it up is because, before the All-Star break, it was a conversation. Then at the All-Star break, the commissioner, Adam Silver, came out and said, it's not a problem. And I don't understand how he can say that when you've got stars sitting out, especially on the road when people play their hard-earned money to go see these guys. This is Charles Barkley talking about it.
But you can't make $30, $40, $50 million and then sit out games. I think it's disrespectful to the game. I think it's disrespectful to the fans. Because like I say, these fans are paying their hard-earned money. And like I say, especially, what's going to be crazy? In this next TV negotiating deal, we're going to have guys making $70, $80 million a year.
Right, yeah.
And they're going to be saying, wait a minute, you're going to make $70 million and you can't play basketball 3 or 4 days a week? With all the stuff, they fly private. They got the best medical stuff ever created. And I says, you can't disrespect the fans making $70, $80 million and say, you know what, I can't play basketball 4 days a week. Listen, it ain't like we should work it in a steel mill, brother.
That's Charles Barkley.
I watched that the other day. It's just, he's right. And I do think there will be some pushback. You and I have talked about this at length this year. Whether it's Popovich, whoever you want to blame, it happens. Now, the problem, Carl, is since we've gone so far down this road, how do you prove a guy isn't really hurt? And when your trainer goes, your guy says, my knee's tight. Okay, there's tightness and there's my knee just feels a little tight. I pulled my hammy a little bit. A muscle, especially soft tissue. You can't X-ray for soft tissue. You're going to find. You're going to say, oh, no. You're playing. Let's go jam you inside the MRI. You're not playing. I just don't know how you go and get this back. And you're telling me the CBA, the new one, will have players, you have to play X amount of games, and that'll be in black and white. I just can't see the union, the strongest union of all pro sports, giving that up.
No.
I agree with Charles, but you know what I'm saying? How do you get the back if you're the owner?
Well, I think, again, it has to be tied to things that players care about, whether it is, postseason awards that matter to players. If you are an elite player in this league, you want to be an MVP, you got to play a certain amount of games. It shouldn't have to come to that, but I think you've got to tie it into all-star appearances, Mike, and things that help your brand, right, grow. If you are not a part of some of these things, you're not going to be as big of an impact in the NBA. But I'll say this, and Charles is right, and that's something that we haven't really talked about. These numbers have progressively gone up, and rightfully so. The TV money's gotten bigger. All the things have gotten bigger. But as we talk about the Hawks getting ready for the Wizards tonight, and I just wanted to play that soundbite, when guys start making 50, 60, 70 on an average, okay? I mean, we talk about these NFL quarterbacks, and people losing their mind about a guy like Lamar Jackson making $40 million when it's the going rate for starting elite quarterbacks in this league. NBA guys, it's going to be off the charts, Mike. You think this Major League Baseball money is sick? And again, 50% of the NBA revenue is split between the league and players. So that revenue split is part of this, and that is why the money continues to grow. I'm not begrudging anybody. If you can get that, get it. But Charles is right. At some point, you go, wait a minute. You missed, 25 games because you had load management. One guy suggested the only way players should rest is at home.
Yeah, because especially when you have the West Coast coming East Coast or vice versa. But that's generally when you see load management because, guys, it's a long road trip. I need the night off. And then the guys who drop the house payment to see you play don't get to see an all-star. It's just a point I'm getting to, guys. It's a slippery slope. And that's why not everybody, but some people have written some stuff, and I've seen it in SI and others, that say this could be a work stoppage. And it's because it's going to be, you have two completely fundamentally different angles coming at this one problem. And the players have already given up so much, they're not going to give it back. And the owners, as you said, they're in a really untenable position. And because guys opt out so much now and you're getting shorter, more big, you mentioned it, just going up to the roof. Now baseball players are doing the same thing with their contracts.
Oh, of course. We just saw.
Machado.
Yeah, I'm opting out. You opt out of $150 million? Yeah, because he got $350.
That's unreal.
Hey, Marcus Mariota released today. If you're just joining us, the Falcons signed him as an unrestricted free agent last season, started 13 games. We saved $12 million. Mariota will not be back. So either we're drafting another quarterback or we're going to bring in a free agent veteran to be in that quarterback room with Desmond Ridder. But right now, no more Mariota. All right, when we come back, we're talking combine. Who's the best player there? And who should we be watching? Stay right there. It's Dukes and Bell on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
Mercy. On Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
The most important story of the day. Brought to you by MaximumCashHomeBuyers.com. Fair cash offers for as-is homes. Don't waste your time with repairs. Call 678-902-2000.
Oh, we're watching the Combine this week. We're seeing what's going on. A guy that's covering it, Joe DeLeon. He is with Believe Network. Joe, first things first, Mike and I are convinced, and we saw enough of him here with the Georgia Bulldogs, that Jalen Carter is the best player in the draft, okay? Non-quarterback. But with that said, he's probably going to go to the Combine, show out. He's one of 12 dogs that have been invited. And I want to start there because we are in need, the Atlanta Falcons, of a defensive lineman. Certainly it'd be nice to enhance our D-line. But talk to me about what you think about the defensive lineman we're going to see at the Combine, and what are we going to see?
Yeah, so Jalen Carter actually said he's not going to be testing this week at the Combine, which for his case, he's the de facto top defensive player in the draft, as he said, and there's an argument between him and Will Anderson. And for me, it's a 1A, 1B between those two guys on who the best non-quarterback is and just best prospect overall in this class. So he doesn't really have much to prove. The other guys, though, there's a lot of really great defensive tackles and edge rushers that will be participating at the Combine that I think could really benefit from strong testing numbers that could boost their stocks. And some of those players to pay attention to, Lucas Van Ness from Iowa, who's a very tall, long, strong defensive end. Miles Murphy from Clemson, I think, is a name to pay attention to. And then Will McDonald from Iowa State is a potential big riser this week, who had a really good Senior Bowl. And then along the defensive line at defensive tackle, key guys that I think are going to be really good athletes. One, Brian Brzee was one of the top recruits in his class. He's a freakish athlete at 6'5", 300 and so pounds. Strong, big kid with a lot of power. One who I think, though, a little bit of a underrated name that I think is not getting enough buzz right now is Kalijah Cansey, the defensive tackle from Pitt, who's very undersized. He's 6'2", 280. I'm curious to see how he measures in, but he is really strong. I want to see what he reps out at the bench. I want to see what 40 time he runs, what his short area quickness is, because he's very agile. He's very fast. He is such a menace along the defensive line because he's so low to the ground. So if he tests well, if he puts up some silly numbers during the week, I think he could be a big riser.
It's funny you mentioned Joe, because we had Chuck Smith on earlier, and that's one of the guys he really likes for all the things that you just talked about. And Chuck does a lot of work training guys getting ready for the Combine as well. Joe DeLeon is with us, guys, talking about it. The corners. We need a lot of stuff here, and we don't know how we're going to address it through free agency. Who are the best corners, and who would be a top 10 corner?
Yeah, right now, actually, in this class, I don't really see a top 10 corner, and I actually believe that there's more value in the back end of the first round amongst a group of guys that are all very closely packed together. I think at the end of the first round, middle of the first round, we'll start seeing some come off the board around pick 15, possibly earlier, but realistically, I think around pick 15, some teams might think, let's wait, let's see how late this run might start on corners. And I have most of them graded as early second-round picks. And some of those guys to pay attention to this week that are athletic freaks are Joey Porter Jr. from Penn State, Christian Gonzalez from Oregon, taller, longer corners. Stevie Ringo might blow things up at the Combine because of how fast and explosive he is. He's a pretty large corner just in terms of weight. I think he was like 215. Let's see how much he weighs in at this week. But he's somebody who might run in the low 4.3s. He is a very rangy, fast athlete. And then another name that I'm also very intrigued by, Clark Phillips III from Utah, who on the smaller side, he's going to be closer to 5'10", 5'11". Not going to have the longest arms, but he still has the production. He still has the man coverage skills to be a really high-quality player at the next level. It gives me some Tre'Davious White vibes. So I think that he's something to pay attention to as well. As in addition to that, Devon Witherspoon from Illinois, who's another first-round corner that's been brought up in this discussion.
All right, I want to talk quarterbacks for a second. I think the most interesting guy in this draft could be Anthony Richardson. From a size standpoint, 6'4", 232. He's got the build. He's got an unbelievable arm. He did not put up the numbers that a lot of people would expect at Florida. That doesn't scare me, though. I want to know your evaluation on Anthony Richardson. And then let's talk quarterbacks. Bryce Young, C.J. Stroud. Who goes first? Is it Stroud or Young?
So Anthony Richardson has been the hot-button name so far over the past couple of weeks, and it's totally justified
those who were on him early know how talented he is, and he's just got so many tools to work with. I believe with him testing this week and actually doing all of the testing drills, assuming he does all of them, it seems like there's an indication that he will. He might have one of the best combine performances ever for a quarterback. He is that good of an athlete. He might run something crazy in the 4.4s or 4.5s for his 40 time, and then he might just kill every other testing drill. But Anthony Richardson, while I'm a big fan of his, if we look past the fact that he's a raw athlete and acknowledge that he's just inexperienced and he needs a little time to get comfortable with the game, if we can get more of those flashes that he put on tape, he's got the potential to be a top 10 quarterback in the NFL, maybe even higher. But that's a big if right now. He needs to be in a situation where he can be nurtured, where he can maybe spend a year sitting and learning. And I know that is brought up as a cliche often, but I think that Anthony Richardson fits that fully, where you give him a little time, let him figure it out. He's a gamer. He's a guy who can make big, splashy plays, got great pocket awareness, just very easy arm to make some really difficult throws in tight windows. If you can tap into that, the ceiling is so high. But for the other two guys that you brought up with Bryce Young and C.J. Stroud, I have Bryce Young slightly higher, and he's not going to be testing this week. The deal with him is that because he's so short at like 5'10", it kind of gets hard to buy into a guy like that. But the reason why I like Bryce Young over C.J. Stroud is the decisiveness, is the decision-making, is the athleticism, the pocket awareness and ability to just not allow that pressure to get to him. Very even-keel personality. I don't see a guy who gets too high or too low, but just makes so many big splash plays at the position when Alabama needed him the most. Stroud, on the other hand, has all the physical tools you're looking for in a quarterback, but the only problem is he played in an offense that was one read, and we saw to the furthest extent that when that first read was not open, C.J. Stroud made either some mistakes or he held the ball too long, and he needs to show that he can improve off of that. It's not something that he's going to really be able to show outside of his tape, but I think there might be a bit of a concern that might push him back slightly behind Bryce Young because of that.
I know that running backs, they're sort of been devalued over the years, but the kid out of Texas, I know Carl's talked about him a million times.
Bijan Robinson.
And where's he going to go? How high up is he going to be selected?
Yeah, I think that all depends on how high, as you said, some of these teams value the running back position. And the way that I look at it now more than ever, it's not like even it was just as recently as when Leonard Fournette, I think about how when he was selected as high as he was, or Saquon Barkley selected how high as they were, where they thought that was a piece that was going to fix a offense that had so many holes. But instead, I think a lot of teams look at it where if their roster is more complete, you throw in a guy like Bijan Robinson into the mix, and they go from being a great offense to an elite one. And I look at the first teams that have more well-rounded offenses, and the first one that comes to mind is the Philadelphia Eagles, which are picking in that 10 spot. I think that's the earliest realistic selection spot for him of where he can go. And there's a possibility that Miles Sanders might not be back this year, and he might end up hitting free agency. So imagine putting Bijan into that rushing attack, pairing him with Jalen Hurts. That could be very dangerous. Oof. But on the flip side of things, he could end up somewhere in the middle of the first round or the end of the first round. I would be shocked if he fell out of the first round because of what he brings to the table physically.
Wide receivers, I don't want to draft one early, but we might need to draft one. We still, I think, need a burner here. We drafted Drake London last year. Obviously, Pitts is back. What does this wide receiver group look like?
Yeah, good thing for the Falcons is that they're not going to get baited potentially by a first-round high draftable receiver this year. There's no alpha in the group. There's a lot of really good players that I think are more suited to be secondary, third options on a lot of rosters. And good thing for the Falcons even more, as you just said, they need speed. They need someone a little more compact. They've got all these big hulking presences across their receiver room with Drake London and Kyle Pitts. They need someone who's a little smaller. And there's a lot of those options, I think, at the back end of the first round if they wanted to trade back in, or at the top of the second, that I think some guys are going to slide into. And some of those guys to pay attention to that fit that are Josh Downs from North Carolina, Zay Flowers from Boston College, or Jalen Hyatt from Tennessee. You could also even include in there Parker Washington from Penn State. Some really good, smaller, speedier, deep threats that can be very, very dangerous at the next level.
All right, we don't know what we're going to do in free agency, which will obviously dictate a lot as we're talking with Joe DeLeon, breaking it down at the Combine. But if we did go tackle, because we may or may not stick with our right tackle, Caleb McGarry, I've read a lot about Northwestern's Peter Skoronski. Some guys say the arms are like T-Rex arms, so he's got to slide to guard. Who's the highest, in your guesstimation, highest picked, or is going to be the highest picked tackle?
Yeah, I believe it is going to be Skoronski because he's the more well-rounded and ready to play offensive lineman right now. And I used to subscribe to that notion that you couldn't take a guy unless they fit the certain physical thresholds. But the way that I look at it, if Rashawn Slater can be as successful as he was, who was Skoronski's teammate, I'm not that worried about Skoronski. And look, at the very least, say he does have those issues with length, and sometimes it does show up on film where guys do beat him that are longer than him. If that does end up happening, at the very least, he's going to be an elite-level guard. He has that in him. He has the demeanor. He's got the mentality and the leg drive to be a really good guard if things don't work out at tackle. But Paris Johnson Jr. from Ohio State is more of a true tackle physically in terms of his size profile. Very good athlete, moves really well, but he's a little new to the position because he started out at the inside. He started at left guard, and then they bumped him out to the left tackle, and you can see that he's still getting used to having all that space around him and working with space. I think if they're looking for a right tackle, Darnell Wright from Tennessee is a really nice pick for them, who, if they wanted to trade back into the back end of the first round or top of the second if he's still on the board, he played right tackle in his time at Tennessee, and he is just such a consistent player. I love his mentality. He is a mean dude. He is always trying to kill guys. He's got great, big, broad shoulders and just brings a very easy presence to the position where he's just so wide and he's so hard to get around, which is what you're kind of looking for in your right tackle. So Darnell Washington from Tennessee is a name that I think is worth considering.
Great stuff. We always look forward to our visits with you. Joe, appreciate you. Where can people find your stuff at, man?
You can catch me on Twitter at Joe DeLeon, and then you can catch all my other content on the Believe Network YouTube channel, which is just Believe Network, or at Believe Network on Twitter. Thanks so much for having me, guys.
Thank you, Joe. Appreciate it. We're coming back. Lots of stuff there, okay? And we're going to be talking a lot about the Combine and seeing, but he told you a couple of guys are not working out. Bryce Young is one of them. All right, again, some of these guys will project to their pro day. Mike, I'm taking Bryce Young. I just am. I think he's the most talented quarterback in this draft. Again, I don't care how tall he is and all that stuff.
Right.
But I'm still going. If I had to get a quarterback, I'm going with him number one.
Yeah, I just think Bryce is shining. He talked about it. It's not a knock on Stroud, but, it's funny. We talked about it with Chuck earlier. Sometimes there's stigmas, and sometimes they're justified or not. But Ohio State quarterbacks, Fields is still trying to find his way as a more accurate thrower. We know what the physical ability running the football is. Stroud showed you everything you needed to see in that Chick-fil-A Peach Bowl. But how bad did he look against Michigan?
Sure.
And everyone's got a bad day in the office, but still, it does make you think.
All right, man, we got to get to a game winner.
Hey, I got a simple one for you.
What's that, baby?
And we'll start with Chris and Squid. We'll go around the room. Give yourself an evaluation for the Combine. What would the metrics be on you at the Combine?
Ooh, like it. I like it.
I would be short, stocky, high motor.
Yeah.
But very questionable decision-making.
Okay, that's a good one.
So how about that? Self-scout. Mike, Mike Spitz, we're going to self-scout yourself.
Yeah, mine would be hard worker, tireless worker, great quickness, but not sure if he can play at this level.
So we'll get to Squid and Chris. Do a self-scout for the Combine for yourself next. 404-741-0929.
to more Dukes and Bell.
Are you ready? On Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
And the winner is...
Time to take the game winner on Dukes and Bell. Your last chance to sound off on today's show. So don't stink. Call now, 404-741-0929. Today's question.
It's funny if you read all these evaluations for the draft, and I've been watching and reading some of these things already where it's so funny, Carl. In one paragraph, they give you all the positives, and then the next paragraph, they tear you down, and it's sort of like they totally negate all the things they just said about you. You know?
Yeah. Well, we're going to tell you how good this player is. And then it's, oh, by the way, but here's the things you need to be careful about.
You know, rangy, tall athlete, great wingspan, stiff hips.
Right.
Chris, what would your profile look like?
Guy with a lot of heart, but a little athleticism, needs to work on his conditioning, but if given a chance, can succeed in the right system.
Oh, I like that.
Nice.
That's a good job.
And SquidBilly, what do you got?
Well, I'm a hardworking, smart player who, the high motor guy definitely there. Film study is high. Lacking size, speed, agility, slow off the start, stiff hips, needs a lot of work. Late round development.
Project.
I love it. That's what we're talking about.
There you go. If you missed mine earlier, short, fat, and stumpy. All right, what do we got here, Chris? Who's our first customer? Sweet. Let's take a look at your scouting report, Squeed. What you got?
Hey, man, I'll make it quick. Reliable, versatile, was quick, now an amputee, no longer available. Enjoy your show, guys.
No longer.
But you will save on uniforms.
Yeah, that's true.
Only one pant leg.
I agree.
That's good. Who's up next, Chris? Chief. Hey, we got all the All-Stars tonight. Chief, what's a Chief scouting report sound like?
Well, so let me ask you guys something. Is it true in the street over here they're saying you guys are going to be on the south side this week?
South side?
That's a Big 10-4.
Well, I'm going to be right there with you guys in this weekend. Yeah, well, I guess my scouting report would be more like about 6'2", 6'3", 240 pounds, good with the donut curl, can't be trusted around Kentucky Fried Chicken.
Cannot be trusted.
Well, that would make two of us in that case. I like it.
I do.
Who's up next, Chris? Rodman. Hey, Rod, what you got, man? You're in the game. What you got?
Hey, man.
Hey, man.
Driven. Great reflexes. Durable. Questionable durability because I probably would need a nap and a snack at halftime.
It's a snack. I need a snack at halftime. I like it. All right, man. That's a good one. Who's up next, Chris, as we're self-scouting ourselves? Scotty. What's a Scott scouting report sound like, man?
Hey, man.
Hey, man.
Hey, man.
So, I'd be hard to shove, but a lot to love, a great drinker, but a bad thinker.
Wow. And it all came together right there.
Outstanding, like a David Allen Coe song, SquidBilly. Who's up next? Jake. Hey, man, what do you got, Jake? Jake, we would start with very poor response time.
I would say Jake is unreliable, a little questionable character. I don't think you want to take a high pick on him.
Yeah, that sounds like a guy that just can't get off the starting block, Carl, and apparently can't follow instructions, which would be obviously it'd be difficult to coach him up.
Well, I would have a lot of questions about his character.
There you have it.
Great job, guys. We're coming back. We're going to wrap things up, hand things over to Mike Conti with the pre-half and post. Hawks tonight and Wizards. Let's get Coach Quinn Snyder's start to his Hawks career here off to a good start. We're going to talk a little bit more about that. We'll tell you what's coming up tomorrow on the show and more about us going to the South Side.
Mom, Dad, Sis.
Here we go.
Dukes and Bell are wrapping up another show, so it's time for
Let me clear my throat.
on Sports Radio 92.9, The Game.
Hawks Wizards tonight. Want to thank Chuck Smith for stopping by today. Grant McCauley and you heard Joe DeLeon talking about the Combine. More Combine conversation tomorrow with Connor Riley, who covers the Dogs, and we'll get his thoughts from Dog Nation. Also, we're chasing down a couple of other people for tomorrow's show. Make sure you're here at 2 o'clock. Friday, Mike and I will be at Ace Hardware, Old National Highway, South Fulton. So if you're in the area or you live down that way or maybe you live 20 minutes away, come see us. We'd love to get a chance to hang out and get a chance to see you guys. But we're looking forward to that down there on Friday. Hey, Mike, by the way, tonight, what are you thinking? We win. I think the spread, by the way, is 7 for those who are interested. But we win by big margin?
Big boost. I think everybody wants to, impress the new coach. At least I'd like to think that professionals sometimes act like college kids in a good way. And hopefully they give that max effort. There's been some great juju these last 2 games, and that's with an interim coach who they know, they're familiar with. Be just curious to see how involved Quinn gets tonight, because this is kind of a strange set of circumstances to be in with somebody else's staff, just getting to know these guys.
No, it really is. I hope we play well. Again, I don't know how much of a difference you'll see in the play based on the fact that, Quinn Snyder just got here. But to Mike's point, it's more about effort and trying to execute the things that you're trying to do. We'll be talking about it tomorrow here on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game, starting at 2 o'clock. All right, Turtle Man, great job as always behind the glass. Beau Morgan, executive producing. We've talked about a lot of different things today, guys. Terry Fontenot, by the way, did go on Andy and Randy. The full interview's online at Odyssey.com if you want to check it out. And Mike and I were talking about, the plan and what he had to say today. He's there at the Combine. You're going to hear Terry Fontenot and Terry Fontenot only. Coach Art will not speak, although we did see some coaches speaking today from other teams.
Yeah, a bunch of guys, including the Browns GM, a lot of GMs talking and giving some misinformation already. The snow jobs have started as we get ready for the draft.
Beau Morgan, executive producing. Great job as always. All right, Mike Bell, we got to get out of here, man. Make way for the Atlanta Hawks. Again, Mike Conti coming up and Steve Holman with the call. Mike Bell, clear your throat.
Speaking of misdirection, Seahawks got a nice Pro Bowl season from Geno Smith, who showed he still has something left in the tank. I always felt that Geno is kind of still a turnover machine, which he was in the playoff game. But if they actually went quarterback, holy cow. And they're intimating that they just might. John Schneider and Pete Carroll says they're taking a look at the quarterback class. Now, again, some of this is misdirection just to get someone to trade up. But if by chance you got 4 quarterbacks going that far, that up, that high, then we really could find a reasonable way to get our hands on Jalen Carter.
Yeah, I say 4 in the top 20. We're going to see how it shakes out. Mike, here's the deal. Marcus Mariota, I thought it might end better, but it doesn't. And when you quit on people, it never does. He was a nice guy. He was a guy that filled the void that we needed. But in the end, it went all wrong. And today we released Marcus Mariota and saved $12 million. Let's take that money and use it wisely. Marcus, we'll see you when we see you. If you love the show,
tell your friends.
If you don't,
your quarterback threw a football like a hand grenade.